charts are bold. Daily bands rapping stories untold. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings spinning on their cloud. Riding with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Treading on, the pulse ascending, mind on fire, never ending. Trees of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Flying with rocket scooter AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory. Heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud. Future kings standing on their cloud. Checking the charts with AI. Up we go, reaching for the sky. Every train home never dies. On the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, checking the charts. Midnight glory. Sanctuary in all its blending. Mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, endless fight. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Howdy friends, what's up? Welcome to the live morning stream. Snow day, gonna lose a whole bunch of money. That's a good attitude to have. But at least it's a nice, calm, you know when it's snowing outside? And it's like, it's that quiet calm. You gotta love that feeling, you know? Everyone got snow but us. We didn't get any ice. We had, you know, all that prep work and stuff. We were like, okay, you know, nothing really happened. Just got a little cold. The roads didn't like freeze over or anything. I mean, I guess some places did, but please look at silver. All right. Okay. All right, y'all. Good morning. Let me get ready to get started here. Friends, hit the like button. The first thing you do, as always, get rolling here. Off the day up 22.8. Let me put this here. Oh. Ooh, this is better. All right, so now I've got a protocol in place. To where all my deals on the screen are now going to be updated. This is perfect. That looks nice. Oh, I can only put 4 different poll things? Oh, okay, okay. Hit that like button, don't forget to do it. Thoughts on silver right now? It's bullish, is crazy. I feel like last night silver was going through the roof, is what I remember hearing. All right, friends, welcome to the stream. Don't forget to smash like button on the way in. We're about to get started here. Let's look at this really quick. God, like last night is like the biggest run. Oh my goodness. I don't know. It feels a little crazy, right? After yesterday and last night, even further. How much is that? 8%? What? All right. Somebody's like, do they feel like they need a short? You know what I hate about this kind of pumpy sort of thing? Timing the top is always going to be impossible to do. I don't know, man. I think silver is going to rally and still sort of keep going until Trump and Greenland figure it. It needs a catalyst to stop it. Like, that's one thing. The minute there's like, okay, we worked it out, everything's fine. I think people are going to be like, hey, global conflict is done and let's go ahead and stop. I wouldn't be trying to short in the mid stride here. Like, parabolic moves can get stupid. And I don't like to look at something and say, looks too high, let's bring it down. It's crazy, right? It was 7% last time. What about gold? It'll get squashed with geopolitical news thing. You know what I mean? Can't tell you guys what to do, but I hate jumping into something. You're right trying to short it, but being right from the wrong place and being right from the wrong time is still being wrong. You know what I mean? So you have good conviction, but it looks a little overbought to where I'm not going to buy anything. What's going on here? NASDAQ. Whoa, 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 whoa. We gapped down on, I guess, Greenland stuff, whatever, but I remember I bought the dip at DD band and $22,000 up. That was kind of solid. And then we went to yesterday's close on the QQQ. Now we're sitting right above it. Flat open of all things. Which means kind of crazy. I'm going to do too. You know what I'm saying? Got some more prop deals to our partners today, as you guys know, right out the door. Got a 30% off going on with Tradeify. The 20% off rapid plan with My Funded Futures still going on with the 90-10 split. They've changed that plan to 90-10 split through not only funded, but also when you're live there. ETF has 70% off. They're non-fast track, so that's their static. 10% off funded next. As always, Futures Desk is 60% off. 40% off for live, never pay an activation fee. We take profit. That's with the Rocket Scooter code. All these with the Rocket Scooter code, by the way. Apex 50% off evals. Phidias 80% off. Oh, all OTP, all one-time payment accounts. Okay. No, that is what that is. Okay, that's the big deal there. 40% off any evals with Lucid. That's going on with code Rocket Scooter. That goes on through March. Oh wow, so we got that going for a while. That's kind of cool. And yeah, excellent. How's the party? Oh, so yeah, it was good. People were asking me like, hey man, post a bunch of pictures. And the problem is like, well, I have a photographer, right? We hired a photographer for the party. So we get a little bit overboard sometimes. We hired a photographer. There was no extra folks though. We hire taco trucks for our board game nights. You know, we like to go overboard, I guess. So this time I'll just start with what I can disclose. Yeah, that was probably the better parties I've been to in a while. That's pretty cool. We couldn't we couldn't guess how many people were gonna show up because of the weather, so we had to move. Well, another thing is we moved. It was supposed to be Saturday. We moved to Friday last minute. We had to tell everybody, hey, we're moving to Friday, and a lot of my friends couldn't make it. And even so, at the first place, there's about 40 people there, and so the first like pre-game was pretty fun. We went to this kind of like lounge club. It's kind of chilled out, and people were just showing up, like people that we knew that were bringing people that they knew, just kind of like oh okay, a lot of people are still coming after all because you know the weather. We thought everybody's gonna cancel. One of my closest friends who was gonna come and bring like a whole bunch of people and couldn't make it because like had to work. He's a ER doc, so that whole side of the crew sort of like couldn't change last minute. Someone couldn't get like a babysitter or whatever. And anyways, but it was still 40 something plus people, 45 people, something like that first time. And it was pretty cool. Then we went to another club, which is like probably the hottest club in Houston. We had the whole like right side of the place kind of booked off by the back by the DJ, right where we were. So it was kind of fun, and that was like a little bit more club atmosphere. So what I'd get arranged was for this giant cake. She made this giant cake with like my stream graphic on it. It was like congrats on 100K, come out. And this like the clubs in Houston, like the bougier ones like this one, they don't do like the hey, like the bottle service with the signs and the stuff on the signs. Some clubs do, but this one doesn't. But they were gonna let us bring our own. So they basically got sparklers and they got like these like flashlights and stuff and brought this cake out. It was kind of cool that I got this like rocket scooter themed cake. And when they were gonna bring it out, she convinced the owner to play the Welcome Rocket Scooter song, the one from My Funded Futures, the one that everybody likes. And so whenever to bring it out, they forgot to play the song. She's really pissed. But so to surprise me, that was going to happen, was that the cake was going to come out with the song they play at My Funded TV, which is pretty dope. And at the end, they fumbled it somehow. But that was the surprise she had for us. And then yeah. Now I'm skipping over a bunch of stops. I happened to break glasses at both tables. Me specifically, by either standing on or leaning on or doing something to a table that was not designed to be stand or leaned on. And both places, I was completely sober. Say no to drugs, kids. And both places, I knocked glass over and just like made a huge mess. That's it. And then, and after that we went home and got out our rosaries and said our 6 Hail Marys and went to bed like good folks. There certainly was no complete debaucherous, final act that took place after the second club at all. We had a good time, and that's about it. There may have been an after party somewhere. A trader style after party that lasted till 6 in the morning. We got out our what was it? We were playing Uno 5 in the morning. Sir Buck crashed on my guest room. So yeah, we had a good time. Who peed in the closet? Nobody peed in the closet this time. This is one of the first parties like this where nobody peed on the floor. Reading Dostoevsky to each other. Ah, yes sir. Exactly. Yeah, just having a good old time. You saw the cake, yeah. So the photographer took some really nice photos, so she said. So I'll post some good ones up later. What do we got? 8 o'clock. Okay. But yeah, that was it. Let's just say that when I went to take a shower, like later on in the afternoon when I woke up the next day, there were $1 bills on my bathroom floor. That's kind of the last thing I remember. Ain't even party without being in the closet. So it was a good time. Counted the weather though, thinking like I had to like cancel everything because we thought, you know, we're gonna have the icy roads. We thought, you know, with Houston, it's kind of hit or miss. Why did my fund of futures take away the core? Wait, what? Hold on. I need to read the group chat. Keep that today. Hold on. Wait, Trey, the core is gone completely. Hold on. No, it was the scale. I'm trying to read where nobody said anything in the group chat. You mean scale? Oh, you can't purchase it as of now? Let me get some clarification on that. I'll let you guys know. I just asked in the group chat here. Okay, so we still have these larger gap fills. Let's talk about that. Now, I'll give you guys a more detailed tale of the party stuff when we get closer to opening. We get closer to like some downtime in the market. Okay, we'll check out everything right here. Yeah, I grabbed that dip at lower DD band and ASIC. This is a no-brainer right here. I've traded a couple of times actually and walked away. I like honestly, I'm hitting myself for not hitting it much harder as soon as we broke through MHP and like not taking it all the way to the gap fill there, but woulda, shoulda. Making sure I have everything marked. The S&P gap still hasn't been filled. 69.77, perfect. I have the text there. Longer term gap fill. There we go. That and then NASDAQ had its 610, like it's way over here. This is basically from 3 months ago. Okay, so we're opening perfectly flat in QQQ, perfectly flat with slight bit bump up on S&P. Let's get these pre-market goodnesses out of the way here really quick. Got earnings week upon us today. I think we got, was it Wednesday's the big tech day. We start out there this week. Richmond Services, Richmond Manufacturing. Never paid attention to this. This is something I always skip over. This already just makes me business related. Index. Okay. It's Tuesday. I was just curious what that one was. Wednesday. Midday Wednesday. PPI Friday PPI. So I guess on the news front, other than earnings, this is kind of like a moderate news week. Nothing big today, I would say. Yeah, nothing today really. We have Pre-purchase core accounts can't be reset. Okay, thanks for the update. Let's give for confirmation now. Tomorrow? Okay, so basically today I think most of the bigger ones are pre-market. Nothing super huge today, but tomorrow starts off basically big earnings season. You got LVMH, United, and RTX, Boeing, Texas Instruments. Texas Instruments pretty much starts off tech for the week. We had Taiwan Semiconductors last week and Texas Instruments this week. It's going to be aftermarket tomorrow, and then Wednesday we start off with the big Microsoft, Meta, Tesla. So that's big, and then Thursday is Apple, and then Visa, MasterCard, a couple other big ones as well. So big earnings. All of the big ones for the most part are going to be mostly aftermarket, the tech ones at least. So be careful, you know, chasing into anything up or down, as earnings is going to be a big mover, as obviously the sensitivity of the market to this whole Greenland stuff. But mostly because since October, we've been trading back in most major tech. And I think leading off to earnings, the goal is to pull back a little bit. So as this has kind of happened, we had this big gap down and kind of come back to start. This reminds me everything of last December's trading. I can't really say that I am super bullish yet, but I'm feeling that this is the first big wave down, and this like second little big wave down here. This is starting to prove that we're kind of maybe starting about to be okay. Again, I don't know, you know, Nasdaq is just not having it when it comes to this like 2600 level, 26,000 level. It's going to take earnings, I think, to get through it. So we have just sort of situated ourselves a little bit lower. Down here. You get the student discount for Rockstar Tools? Yeah, send me information about your school, like your curriculum, or sorry, your send me your student ID and government ID, and then send me a tuition bill from this semester. That's all I gotta do. Let me double check what's going on. Let me actually, I checked the group chat. Let me check the group text. Hold on. The heck? Where's the group text? Okay. Oh, here it is. Okay. Wait a minute. How do I... There we go. Nothing about it either. I'll get some info when I can get some. That's everyone. Hold on. When do we start our boot camp? February. It'll be a month from now. Somebody said that they have. I'm gonna ask. I'm asking around before you guys start getting all kind of a funk. Let me ask around and see. I have two different separate group chats. One for the TV show and one for My Fun and Future's like partnership with the executive team. Neither one of those have mentioned to me anything about core, and I'm usually immediately told something's going on so that we can like inform the community about it. So far, I'm waiting to see, because it's not mentioned in any of those chats. You're like, hey Matt, just want to let you know, blah blah blah. I'll let your community know this. It's quiet, so I just sent a message in the Discord, see if they know. It's just, it's a bug. It's being fixed. This is what I've been told. Okay, thanks. Okay, so it's not permanent. Y'all don't get all y'all's panties in a frenzy here. We shall wait. All right. Let me double check their Discord. Yeah, nothing there. So it should be all right at some point. It should be back. You ready to roll here? We open in 12 minutes, everybody. Don't forget to smash that like button, friends. You know the drill here. All right. All you know is that the Discord mods are saying they are discontinued. Wait, which Discord? Let me double check. So, number one, the Discord mods are just Discord mods. To be honest, they're gonna know probably as much as you guys know. Because I don't know who these Discord mods are. I actually don't know who any of them are. So the mods are kind of not even in the circle of conversation that we have with the employees. So maybe they're kind of lost too. But it looks like the Discord and the public side of the Discord. Let me see what they're saying. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the Discord mods, but they aren't in the same circles. They're not in like the executive group chat or anything. And those guys are the ones that are saying it's being fixed. So maybe the mods are also confused. If you subscribe to Pro Plus or Rocket Scooter, will it overwrite your subscription for the bootcamp only? No, you have to actually go cancel that. So if the monthly subscription comes with the boot camp, but your existing boot camp subscription, you got to go cancel it while you can after you subscribe to the other thing. Looks like the mods have it right, guys. Listen to me first before you listen to mods of a Discord. I've got a text from the employee chat, which is the people that work there, that said it's being fixed. Let me read exactly what they said. It's being fixed and has been noted by all the higher ups. Employee side. I'll let you guys know. The first person that should hear something about it is, I've told them to tell me the first thing you hear. Let me know. So the mods seem to kind of be asking the same people. Looks like. But in our Discord and the group chats, even with the TV show on the Discord, which is where they prep all the TV show hosts and My Fun TV hosts to make the announcements in the morning, nobody's talking about it. If there was a thing, they would be like, they usually train us every morning. Like you wake up and you'll see like there's like 30 new messages and you go in there and it's like, hey, big announcement today. Don't forget, this is the timing. We're announcing it at 9 in the morning. The producers let us all know, and they haven't taught us anything yet. So hold off before you shrug off the core plan. According to an employee, the exact quote is, "It's being fixed and has been noted by the higher ups." So it's something being fixed on it. So the mods are allowed to give. Well, the thing is, a lot of times mods are just volunteers, right? They're not like employees. A mod is just a. I don't know how they do it over at MyFunded, but we have team meetings, right, where everybody gets together and talks about the business plan stuff and where they're going. And these mods are not in that circle, so I assume they're just volunteer mods rather than employees. So the volunteer mods are talking to the same people we're talking to. So the information's all coming from a source above the mods. Maybe they don't have an answer yet, but I'm watching right now. There's somebody's typing. I'm gonna get you guys the information straight up. They hired a bunch of new people in MyFunded features, by the way, and a lot of these folks are like more marketing publication. So the people that are like here to help keep the show going, they're the ones talking about it right now. So we're trying to see what we got to tell y'all. Just wait and see. There hasn't been, the answer is there hasn't been any major announcement about it. There hasn't been any addressing of it that I've seen. I've looked everywhere and haven't seen anything. So no clue. I'll have you guys know as soon as I know, though. Looking for longs or shorts? I don't know, man. Right now is a little difficult. The long out the door is pretty solid, and we bounced off of MHP after we broke off of DD band. MHP, I was just long on this, and I went long. So I'm at 22.8. Counts close to 300 again, which is kind of nice. How do I want to trade this? Good question. Why do we gap down? I think a lot of that had to do with Trump making remarks about Denmark again, like, doubling down on his threats or whatever. Usually, like I said, the market's sensitive to this. Obviously, there's no real market shaking catalyst. We've already been pulling back because of earnings, but anything that's related to added tariffs to whatever in that ball game is going to make the market overreact. And we just walked right back up to where we closed. So it's like it undid that gap down. What was he doing? Complaining about Canada's China deal? Was it something? Yeah, so Trump and something. It's Trump's market weird, just his liquidity. Also stuff going on with the Japanese bond market. Probably so. Guys, do me a favor and smash the like button. We're getting started in 5 minutes here. Time to get rolling. Remember, the more likes, the more giveaways we do. Friends, we're ready to roll. But yeah, I'll make sure to have more stories about the party real later. It got a little wild. Pretty wild. You make your own syrup in Canada? That's good to know. That's good to know. All right. I'm still a little groggy from it. Do you have any greater bear market indicators in effect right now? We don't. Everything is pretty bullish right now. Nothing in the greater market sort of set up. So we have our DD ratio has been pretty solid since Friday. Actually, probably since Thursday, I think. And monthly maps are solid. MHP's been well below the price, so we've been good. I would think sideways to sideways down, waiting for major earnings. Anything that just pops up today is probably going to snap back down tomorrow. Major earnings kicks off Wednesday, so just be careful. Or Wednesday, or actually Tuesday-ish is where like a bunch of S&P stocks are, and then big Nasdaq stocks start on Wednesday. Data log of DD band, baby, you know it. Watch, you know how I do this. Y'all know how I roll. Yes, sirree. Oh, a slight change in the response. The higher ups response is core has been discontinued. As of now, there are rapid and pro for them to choose. We apologize for the inconvenience. Okay, so I do have the confirmation from the higher ups that the core has been discontinued. And I don't know if that's temporarily or permanent. So core is here to let everybody know that it's going to make an announcement in Discord. So this is a confirmation of that message. But the weird thing is that nobody was told about it. So I'm a little concerned as to why, or let me not post there. Let me go my own. So it is true. So my message from the source is that it's discontinued. I don't know if it's temporary or permanent, but let me get clarification on that. So yeah, so you got like some really good options if you guys like the core. You know, Fund and X is really good option. Expensive plan. Their rapid is good. 500 futures rapid is awesome. Somebody's saying Lucid. Yeah. So the next best thing was like the core account is more like their sort of like, you know, call them the value accounts. Even ETF has like a $50 something account as well. Who else out there outside of our partner circle has like these sort of like $50, $60 accounts? You know what I mean? Yeah, it's good until you lose it. You just can't buy any new ones or reset the old ones. So that's it. You're basically locked into what you got. All right, we are opening with a moderate gap up. We have about maybe 12 points in the S&P. Nasdaq is basically opening flat-ish. Let's keep an eye out on what ARB and Resilience are saying. So, do I want to make a trade? Here, do I want to make a trade? Negative rest for gap fill. So I think the first thing we're gonna do is go 69.45 S&P down to the downside here. Kind of hard to grab that trade. So in the meantime, just kind of let it pull back. We're pulling back 40 points in Nasdaq already at the open. I'm gonna wait for liquidity pockets and liquidity maps. See what we get down here at the bottom. Negative resilience. So keep an eye on this white number here. It's kind of flip-flopping a little bit. Like I said, I still think we were trading down at earnings, but I'm not going to try to short this anymore. I'm kind of feeling like the market's going to be flat-ish. Oh boy, this is a tough one. This is too fat of a dip for me to long it hard from the open with moderate resilience. Okay, so what's going on here? NQ resilience chart is not updating. Well, the number is updating up here though, which is interesting. Yeah, the chart processes down. So guys, for resilience, just use the numbers at the top. Upside move looks like to be the play. S&P did hit yellow line right there. Little flip-flop. Kind of untradeable, I would say, through kind of where we are. This is resistance place, so anybody that's bearish, this is the place to be a bear from. I don't think I'm going to touch this, though, just yet. This was a little surprising. So, what does my guy know about the resilience indicator? Is that just me, or is that you guys as well? Oh, that's so weird. Oh. I'm on the 5-minute. Oh, that's why the indicator wasn't updating. Why was it on the 5-minute chart? I'll tell you guys. My brain's still a little bit off since the party, I gotta say. The party was, as I say, this is the first time ever that somebody else has driven my car. Let's just say that. Had to be driven around. I got a little rowdy myself. So, one of my buddy, the one that I was talking about, that story I told you guys about, you know, I was probably going to go into business with him, opening like a club just because I wanted to say that I did it just for fun. It's that guy. He's like, yo, bro, let me drive your car. I was like, I'll drive you around. I was like, okay. And he's like, don't worry, I'll take good care of it. I'm sober. And I was like, all right. So I'm just like I'm in the front seat. So he drove me from the second party to the after party. When we all played board games and said Hail Marys and did nothing debaucherous at all in the after hours. And the cops come. No, but we spent significant portion of the after hours in the karaoke room of a strip club, so that was kind of fun. The karaoke room, you know, it's a karaoke room. So that was kind of interesting. Playing Passenger Princess. Yeah, and Idoc's like squeezing in the back. He's like, bro, why did you drive? I was like, I don't know, someone to roll up. Yeah, you know, show off a new car. He's like, come on, you know better than this. But there legit was a karaoke room. TVs and the carpet was like made of this fluffy sort of fur material. Couches were all like just giant like buckets. You guys are complete VIP. We know the owner of this place, so he was like, wanna come back here? What do you mean? But anyways, it's fun. The long setup is in. Is there a play? Like the thing is I don't have a play. That's why I'm not making any trades yet. It's like I could long at the open with the mildly positive resilience, but the problem is the only real strong setups we have are from here to here and here to here. And B setups with this positive resilience, you have support on Nasdaq, goes from here up to upper bands, which gives you about a really strong play of, I don't know, like 150 points if it does keep rallying. If this is the day we finally break out and rally from all of this can happen. But in general, I'm not shorting this. I'm not trying to short this. Longer term gap fill in the S&P is right there. This has been some like a wild flip-floppy night, so I don't have a lot of evidence of going either direction. But I did get most of that long on the way up though earlier. Boy, it's gonna be a tough decision on this one. I'm gonna wait to see how this develops and then decide if I want to jump in on the long in a little bit. Be very careful off of this line. If we do break this, or if our resiliences or anything goes negative, it can pull back. Obviously, our arbitrage indicators are very flat because the market has opened relatively flat. We're not going to get a good leading read on any of this, but resilience is strong enough to sustain some up move. I would say that when S&P hits this gap fill, I probably would not take any more long from here. It's very, very, very possible that we hit that gap fill and then it just sort of like, you know, decides it wants to pull back and just kind of chop its way up today. I definitely don't feel like this is a momentum play that I want to try to chase into. I want to grab some dips. I do want to keep long in this. But yeah, this play up here, and then looks like middle of the morning we dipped, and then all of a sudden we're back up here. This little kind of curvy action is very short, squeezy. Let me see if we've got... NVIDIA has an MHP break that's causing a little bit of that upside. Broadcom, MHP break. Apple rallying up. Amazon rallying. It's a little bit of a split bag here. The only real question is, what do I want to do? My other accounts. The gap fill. I'm going to evidence the short. TD ratio is greater than half. MHPs are way off the charts down here at the bottom. Then monthly maps, we'll revisit that, but I'm sure the monthly maps are very strong and bullish. Friends, do me a favor and smash the like button while you can. Dude, what a candle though. We are back into bull territory. Monthly maps seem relatively healed for now, at least for S&P. Let me double check the Nasdaq. We have the bull zone sloping down, and we have a nice solid liquidity pocket down here at the 6850 level, which means we're nice and bullish. And this is stable even leading into earnings, which is good. And Nasdaq has gotten even better. Bull side strengthening, bear side weakening. And you can see, by the way, they're sloping down. We also busted through liquidity pocket this morning, and we're in the bull zone right now. So essentially at the 750 level is that bull side support on monthly map. So essentially today, support from here is greater bull support. If we lose this, it's bigger bear. So your point of interest in pivoting today is going to be at 750 level in Nasdaq. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum-bum. What are we gonna do? Not shorting this. S&P making that same judgment call. Are we filling the gap or not? I would say that with the pressure we have going up today, I think that it's going to be the first step we go to that. Oh, the ES gap fill? Yeah. They both seem to be pretty solid here. But remember, it could easily sell off and just sell off for the whole day. Thoughts there. If there is a play on the gap fill, I hate flat days because they're just going to chop around for a little bit. What do we got to work with here? We go up to 860 on Nasdaq or something really quick. I just have this feeling that we're just going to this green candle that finishes there. Man, I'm still groggy and tired. Like, I've been completely unable to function like a normal human being the last 2 days. But it's been fun. Okay, so I think that the first play that's going to happen, we obviously have that blast up at the open. I have no strength for this, and I didn't chase into this, but I think on this little dip here, I think that's a roll to there. And I might not do anything on this one. This is about the 860 level in Nasdaq. Long side. I'm perfectly flat. Made no choices yet. S&P just tapping that gap fill. Like, as powerful as this is, I don't think I'm going to do anything to the contrary. Little 50-point bump there in the Nasdaq. I think today was going to be a bullish day with that over the weekend news. Yeah, like an over response, that big sell-off. I think so, yeah. That was a pretty solid run up. Is this the day that we finally break out of this same crazy range? The 25,700 Nasdaq has been that pivot forever. And 26,000, we just had this impossible time breaking through it. So maybe today's the day we get through it. Or is this the same setup that we've had? Maybe I can try to, let's see. Like the same setup that we've had before where it just rejects this level and sells off. There's that little attempt to do that. Let's see what we get really quick. It's a really gnarly little candle. 40-point dip there really quick. It doesn't feel bearish at all today, so I don't know if a bear play is in the works. This kind of feels like a day that just keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. Yeah. Concerns about another government shutdown. This is true as well. Friends here, how y'all doing? Do me a favor, don't forget to smash the like button if you can. 417. You guys are doing a lot better than y'all usually do at this hour. I'm impressed. Okay, S&P technically hasn't hit the gap fill yet. I'm tired. Good morning. What's up, Emma? Good morning. Why is this like? Hold on. All right. Problem is, and this again, this is the problem. History repeating itself. We've had a hard time breaking through this 26,000 level in Nasdaq. It's just been rejecting basically for the last 3 months. Number 2 is we just filling a long-term gap fill in the S&P. This is the target. Number 3, if we lose 64, it's a big nasty fall. But we don't have that resilience being negative or anything, so it's kind of like gonna fight there anyways. I don't think that we get this play. I really do feel like this could be the big bull breakout day. I'm not chasing the long here though, because the history of this has just been, people have been, unless their appetites have changed as of yesterday, I mean, we still get that same maybe resistance going into earnings, but we'll see. This is very positive 50. This is positive almost 50, which is nice. The ARB is basically flat, which means all the stocks, index and stocks is tracking each other pretty detailed. You know, or quick version of ARB is that when it's at 0, then the stocks and the index are sort of on par with each other. No, there's no arbitrage opportunity. Upside move there. So no shorts here for me. Google's trying to make me log in. Okay, send me a text. Sign me out of my Google sheet. Okay. There's that gap fill in the S&P. Man, like what a great move to the upside. I didn't have the confidence to chase in on this, and then now that it's just moving here, now we fill the gap. I really don't know how to play this, but I haven't shorted this, so I'm not going to try to get in the way of this. But if there's a short setup, it is from there. And I think that if I'm a bull, there's a breakout from here, 77 to 96 is a 20-point run. It's 2-to-1 trade. And I'm already up, so I don't even really care to kind of take the last bit of this. Stairs up, elevator down. Yeah, I think that that's the case. Let's keep watching. Let me double check some of these bigger stocks. Monthly maps going into it. AVGO is still in pocket, but longer term bearish. Interesting. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA in this mode right here is now bullish with bullish and improving conditions. So that's good for NVIDIA. Meta, bullish, bad. What is this on Amazon? Apple. Bullish with increasing bear conditions though. It would just be like a crapshoot because of Amazon bullish, Meta bullish, Tesla balance with bullish improving conditions, Google balance and bullish. So actually leading into earnings, it's not really that bad. Well, actually Google, different story. Interesting, they have different maps. Wait, what are you guys saying about my funded? If they just discontinued one of the products, I don't know what the story is. So I'm trying to get some information about it. It's very weird they would pull it and then not tell us about it. But how do you trade earnings week? The same as just about any other week, but I also know that a lot of times stocks aren't going to make any definitive decisions into. So we filled the gap. Let's go ahead and delete this. Actually, I'll keep it there for now until it rejects or goes through it. Netflix. Oh, I don't have Netflix on here. Let's double check it. Good question here. Friends, if everybody do me a favor and go down below this video and click the thumbs up button real quick. We can start the giveaways sooner rather than later. So you guys, if y'all hit that target. Ooh. What the heck? What an ant. No, that's not an ant. That's a crumb. A really sharp crumb. It was biting my feet. The heck? Must be burnt cheese for my pizza. Who knows? Like there was like something was biting my toe here in between my toes, like this part. Freaking aggressive crumbs, I'll tell you. Netflix is bullish with sort of increasingly volatile but stable condition on the like bull side. Just kind of, you know, that sort of expansion of volatility usually typical with earnings. I'm a little hesitant to want to play this market today. You know, we're like one tweet away from just up or down hundreds of points. As sensitive as that move was over the weekend, you have to be very careful with this. I would say just a general piece of advice for those of you trading. This is comfortably a risk off sort of vibe to me. Not bearish, not trying to fade or short any of this. But buying dips, like being on the sideline is kind of like the sexy, I know, or the non-sexy. But the minute you get like a tweet or something, and the market just dumps very quick to pocket, then you got your long. Just like over the weekend, right? Whenever I bought a DD band last night, that's time up 22K in the big account, or instead the live account. The road to million challenge. If somehow like a tweet comes out of nowhere and then we end up down in here and I can buy the dip one more time. I don't like to pick up the final pennies of a small sort of like, you know, drizzle like this. I like to wait. At any point today, somebody's going to say the word Greenland probably, and we're going to get up something like that, and then I can get an opportunity. Opportunity is something to wait for in this kind of environment. Has been proven that this market is a little less like momentum driven and more like news driven. Back to the whole March of last year sort of vibe where it's good tweet, bad tweet. You only trade by funded futures core. What is a good alternative to core? Discontinued as of now, but your plan should still work. But it's weird that we have no announcement about it. These prop firms are all so hyper competitive with each other. They're always trying to one up each other, and there's no announcement a lot of times because of that. Well, a lot of times because of that competition, everyone like maneuvers so secretly because they're all trying to one up each other. They don't even trust their own, you know, team sometimes. Sometimes you get these like quick announcements where it's like a strategic business op, you know, that only like the in the know. The hell? The light turned on. I'm like, what the? I didn't have this in my hand. The light just randomly turned on. Is it Vecna? Dude. Scary stuff. I think I'm no rocket engineer here, but what I believe is that these controls must be programmed, and because it looks like I have these all in the default settings, I'm sure 1 out of 2 or 3 houses in the same vicinity are also on the default settings, and I'm assuming that the neighbor probably pointed at their fan and it's strong enough to make it through to my house. What do you guys think? We programmed the one downstairs, so it's not her doing it. I never programmed this one. So I'm sure my neighbors turned on their fan. So let me fuck with the neighbors then. Let me turn off their, let me turn their lights on and off and send them a there. Let's see. Right back at you, buddy. They're probably like, what the hell? You just open their garage, yeah, for the most part. So I'm assuming since I never flipped any of the little jumpers here, that everybody's still on, everyone's still on the default in the neighborhood. So that's probably exactly what happened. All right, breaking through the gap fill line, guys. I'm a little hesitant to play this market. I'm not gonna lie. The AI takeover. The first thing they're gonna do is turn on the lights to announce that they're here. We are here now. You can see us. The lights have been turned on. Is it the biker ghost? He's returned. The story of the biker is he lost his Harley key, so he had to walk home and get hit by a bus. Now his ghost is here to haunt the person who took his keys. How's the party? Party was great. Party was super good. We went from about like, you know, a little pregame to this lounge, to this club, to this after club. We were out to like 6 in the morning. Remember, got home, smashed some cake. Like I was just eating cake right out of the box and passed out and woke up with Sir Buck from chat knocking on the door. He's like, "Hey bro, you have some Tylenol? I gotta drive home." It's like, "Hey, what's up, dude?" "Hey." "Hello, sir." I don't know. It was like pre-breakfast breakfast. Wow, thank you. I got like a whole breakfast spread here. Thank you so much. Check your phone. Okay.
Trash.
Berries removed trash. What was it?
Trash.
Oh,
the
Amish thing.
Yeah, she calls it industrial.
You have to eat the berries. Good old farm harvested berries.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll eat the berries. Fine. Yeah. Hey, look. This is the nicest compliment you've ever gotten. Somebody said, "You could be absolutely broke, but you're still winning as fuck right now." Yeah. Meaning that even if I lost everything, it would be okay because I got you. That's what they're saying. You're the win. Life.
Yeah.
What you got there? Okay, we need a little luck today. We appreciate that. Thank you. Luke coming on stream tomorrow. Jill drops singing place at the core. Yo, what up, Keith? Yeah, says Keith, you're always kind of like in the know with like what's going on in the community. If you hear anything on the TV show, because I'm not listening to it right now, can you fill us in? I asked the people in the employee group chat, and then I also asked the people in the TV Discord group chat. And the only thing I got was one thing from one person that says, higher ups response is core has been discontinued. And as of now, there are rapid and pro for them to choose, and we apologize for the inconvenience. Not sure if this is a permanent change or if this is a temporary change or they're just adjusting the rules change. But a lot of the reasons why, you know, it'd be nice for prop firm to say, hey, by the way, we're going to change this. A lot of times the reason they just kind of like flip the switch is because it's so hyper competitive. Like when one of them does something and it leaks out, then the other firms catch wind, then they want to do it. They're all, this is like just like real Wall Street where information is key and like information's king. So everybody wants to know what everyone else is doing. So the fact that even I don't know, and the fact that the people that I talk to that usually leak everything to me if they can are like tight-lipped, it must be a you tell anybody you get fired sort of thing. So nobody is talking right now, so I have no information for you guys. But if I know my funded, there is a strategic decision being made, and it's so, you know, under lock and key that nobody knows. I would tell you that probably customer support doesn't know what's going on either. If I were to guess, they might be launching a new plan, and that's why it's really secretive. But you know, they don't tell people like us because somebody always leaks it out, and they probably are telling anybody so that it doesn't leak out. Even the TV show. But I'll give you guys some inside information. Even the TV show hosts don't know, and they're usually the first people to know before anyone in the public knows. So every morning we have a group meeting. It's like you ever work at a chemical plant or, you know, refinery or something. The team gets together in the morning, discusses the day. There was no prep this morning on any of it. And I even texted a few of the hosts and I'm like, what's going on? They're like, we have no idea. So nobody knows who needs to know, who needs to make the announcement, which means there is no announcement coming soon. If there was, the TV show is usually the first place the announcement is made. So the TV show group has not at all been told what's going on either. So there's no like, we'll make the announcement at 10 or 11. A lot of times they'll tell us we're going to make the announcement at 11. Don't say anything till then. You know, don't leak it. But I promise you guys, there's no chatter. Nobody knows. So you think they might have lost a lot because of silver? Hey, I'll tell you something. You can't discount things like that. I mean, you go to the casino, if the slot rings out 3 jackpots in a row, they're going to unplug that machine, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Don't speculate, but if it's active, you can still trade, but you can't purchase any new ones and you can't reset the ones you have, so don't blow them up. What's the best plan with no consistency? And some funded? My fund and futures, no consistency. No DLL and funded. That's actually really good. The pro account, rapid accounts. Chat says announcement tomorrow. I read that too. Tradeify Select is really good. You want it here? I would say check out Tradeify Select. I mean, we have codes for pretty much all the major props. I mean, we work with Vidius, Apex, Lucid. Oh, I need to put Lucid on the top of the screen also. But next, so we're at the gap fill in S&P. Curious if this is a tradable spot. Like I don't want to short, but I could short. Let me short in a couple of these games. Just because I have nothing better to do other than to just bet that we're not going to rally. It's like it's been the same bet for the last 3 months. They keep pivots and pull. I don't want to play anything heavy though. This long setup is pretty strong today, actually. I don't know, man. It feels like, I'm just gonna say today feels different than the traditional day. Like I could maybe, I'm like talking myself out of it, to be honest. You've been short since gap fill. This is the one day that's not like the others, or we just push up through it. I don't know, man. We might go a little higher on this. The trade I made last night was the obvious play off of DD band at the low. Right, grab me gap down. I grabbed that. Then yeah, I think it's gonna go a little higher though. I really am just so hesitant to chase this though. We might hit that 26,000 again today. As history has been, you know, repeating itself at the same level, this level has been the level to short from pretty much daily for the last, I don't know how many months, but bum, 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 bum. Yeah, intraday trailing. You don't like the intraday trailing, yeah. Well, Fund and Next is still really good. The Rapid is good. I mean, it's one of the best selling accounts out there. And even my Fund and Futures Rapid is really, really, really good too. You guys should definitely check that out as an alternative. So all the same stats, you know, DLL, no consistency when funded, and all that stuff is still pretty good. Slightly bigger payout potential on the core and faster path to payout. Yeah, the core plans have been disappeared for now, and we'll have an announcement tomorrow. Nobody knows, so I promise I'm not being tight-lipped like I'm protecting a secret or something. Nobody knows. Update on the ranking site? Yeah, actually, let me talk to my guy about that. That's like the next. Right now, the first release that needs to come out is the admin side, so we can actually program the site and get our account managers hired so they can go through and talk to all the props and stuff. And so I'm asking him, when is the admin portion being released? But it's looking good. Like the kind of the prototype that was delivered to me is really good. It's really solid. A ranking site, but unlike anybody else's aggregate site, which is just like a basic list of props and deals. Ours is a mathematical scoring system that uses every single input is based on the prop account's own design, all the rules, and every rule has a weight to the overall score. Whether it's you can DCA, news trading, consistency, trailing drawdown, you name it. And there's we have a risk model that looks at all kind of stuff, including failure rates. And it programs based on your own trading stats, and then it gives a score based on your stats. To give an example, you'd say, if I trade with a 40% win rate, and I blow up 8 times before I pass an account, it will give every prop account a score based on the way you trade, and then spit out a score and then rank them for you, tailored to you. And there's a compare feature where you'll be able to put 5 different props next to each other, like your top 5, and see them side by side, and then compare the differences that way. Nobody's done anything close to that. It's an actual smart shopping tool. But the math scoring model, nobody has anything like that. Some of them like, well, let's just rank everything by cost or total all-in cost. It's all basic, like it was put together by a bunch of just like people that don't understand the prop industry. Like for you, what's your return on investment on $1,000 if you fail 8 times a month? You know, answer questions like that. And our website will be able to, and it's going to be AI based as well. You'll be able to, when it's all said and done, you'll be able to talk to it with like general questions like, hey, if I were to improve my win rate by 15%, which account's better then? Because I plan on getting better this year. Or you can say, hey, so-and-so prop firm just had a deal. Now how does it rank with the new deal? Which deal is better? Oh, everybody's doing a sale this month. Which is the better opportunity? Somebody said, should I take a loss? Wait, with what? What are you doing? As much as I want to like bat finger the short button here, I don't have any evidence to do that. Yeah, I got the message that tomorrow we'll be making an announcement about the core and the changes. Tomorrow. Could I link it to actual firms and import and analyze trading data against the firm opportunity? Well, that's the point, right? Not exactly like link your own personal trading data. That would be kind of cool. Like you upload some kind of like trade history or whatever. But that would be really hard to implement because you'd have to have some kind of like universal format to accept people's like trade history. The idea is mostly that you'll be able to go in and program trading stats of your own. And that will tailor the experience based on your trading stats. For instance, if you go for like 3-to-1 trades and you have a really low win rate and you fail a lot, it'll tell you trailing drawdown accounts aren't for you. You kind of need more like a static or end of the day. Or like I like to go for 1-to-1 trades. Like I like to go to 1-to-1 scalps or 1.2-to-1 scalps, just scalp, base hits, and I'm 70% accurate. They'll be like, all right, go for the cheap trailing drawdowns because you'll succeed there. Am I funded with Lucid yet? I haven't even started trading with Lucid. All I've been doing is trading with Funded Next until they kick me to live, and then trading with Take Profit to prepare for the transition. Once I go live with Funded Next, I'm moving on to the next thing. Like I said, man, as much as I want to fat finger short this, I'm keeping my finger off the button here. Day like this, little news-driven day, is going to be a little wild. And just double checking where, you know, volatility is, just so I can have some peace of mind there. VIX is in decay below triple B, which is fine. VIX should be in the comfort zone of 100. No, it is 100 or less. It is actually closer to a 101. Interesting. So VIX is high, which means all the president has to do is just tweet something random. This market could dump. Just like last night, I think it was like 2 or 3 in the morning where the market just sort of just took a nosedive in the middle of the day. We get that same nosedive today. I think that with positive resilience, we do get a support around yellow line. If we lose yellow line, and it's really bad. So this is your key pivot today, 69.65. And I would like to say that I kind of expect it to hold this area if it keeps going as a bull. So like, again, bulls that are like, I don't want to miss out. Your traditional sort of ICT style, your lower highs off of this gap, or sorry, higher lows off of this gap, I think is looking to continue a breakout move to the upside. I don't feel that there's good opportunity to long here. The opportunity does feel to the short side if history were to repeat itself. A gap fill to retreat back to where we started is not a terrible opportunity. I don't know if I want to attempt it here. S&P would probably be the place to do it. I think that we're gonna get that traditional, like your standard fake out at the same spot and try to sell. But just be aware, right, of these key areas here. If we support all of this, then you know, we keep going. Major earnings starting this week, so I think in all honesty, I think I'm gonna let this one simmer. I mean, I made 22.8 grand. I'm not exactly sad about this or willing to give it up. Just short this in some of the next accounts. Nvidia broke their MHP this morning, so it looks pretty solid. Oh, no, it's back below it. Oh, okay, so Nvidia up and down. Keep an eye on this. So essentially we open below and we're back down to being below. So that's kind of probably like a turnaround to that little spot. Do I want to short this or no? That's the real question. Do anything yet? Haven't touched it. My intuition is pretty much like don't short this either. If we fail one more time, I can't take a short. Other than that, man, I just don't know. Do you guys feel the same thing? I feel like it's just so hard to gauge this, right? It feels like that upside pressure is back there. You can feel it. It feels too bullish. That's just me though. Something feels fishy at least. Yeah, it kind of feels a little weird, right? You've been long since the open? This could be the day that just keeps going up and up and up. Like I have that kind of feeling. You have a fake up as your initial thought. This is the first time we felt that big strength though. Out the door. I don't think there's downside from here. To be real with you. Not this candle with volume. Oh yeah, this is tracking something. Something's moving quick. Figure out what it is though. MHP break or something. Get the events feed. Something's moving with volume. No. Nothing MHP break. Just Nvidia. It's Nvidia crossing through half gap. Nvidia went up, broke MHP and came right back down. That's the one kind of scary part. So MHP break once, and if Nvidia failed that second break, if it goes one more time, we can rally. But other than that, I think this kind of pullback sort of stalled the move for a minute. That's looking like it. You almost short and said nope. Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, Mike, I was like the same position. I was like, man, I want to short, but I'm gonna say nope. Some days, you know, you have to understand that the sexy thing to do on stream is obviously to like throw money at every trade, try to predict every side. We're not gamblers here. We're strategic snipers. You know, I'm almost a third of the way to the million for the challenge. I mean, and it's still January. You know, apart from having a little bit of hiccup at the start in December, we're coasting along pretty nicely. You know, I'm up since I sort of like refunded. So essentially, like I started with 100 with, you know, ton of money on the side. I put 100 in the account, arbitrarily small. Try to do small account to grow it big. And just got unlucky the first, you know, couple weeks of December. So I refunded back up to 100K, and then from there we've been going from 100K to almost 300 now. which was since Christmas. I'm up like 160 something a month. So, and you guys got to see it, right? Like y'all got to see like, oh crap, I took a little downside swing on the small, you know, the amount that I trade is an account partitioning strategy. The account that I trade is I trade with whatever's in the account, like I'm willing to lose, you know, all of it in like 2 trades. That's different than how I would like trade if all my money's in an account. But what I teach people is that whenever you're doing account partitioning, don't have extra money in your account that's unused. Put in only what you're willing to lose. Like that's the smartest thing you can ever do with your money. Trade what you're only willing to lose, and then everything's reserved on the side can be touched. So this was like, I'm gonna try to build a buffer with 100K and then add it up. And then, you know, typically I double the account, then take out what I doubled, then double the account, take out what I doubled. So 100 to 2, take out 100. 100 to 2, take out 100. 10 to 2, take out 100. 100 to 50, put in 50. 100 to 75, put in 25. Like, so start at 100 every day and then build a buffer, take out half. The only thing I'm doing now is not taking out or take out double. I'm not taking out what I double because you guys are like, I want to see you make $1 million. I'm like, fine, I'll let y'all see me make $1 million on stream. That's cool. But normally, I'll pull out. That one day I added like 75K, and then I added another time, I think 30K or 40K, something like that. That was it. But the goal is that in this type of style, anytime you're doing any kind of account partitioning strategy, the goal is to protect your bigger capital. So you can imagine, you could just pretend like I have a $5 million trading account, that I'm only trading 100,000 of that $5 million. Think of it like that. So if I'm taking 20 and 30K days on a $5 million account, you're not going to sweat on that. But when the starting balance is 100,000 partitioned, it's a bigger portion of that. And there's so many people that there's videos. Tom Hugar made a video about the same style. Trader Kane was glorifying the same style as being very smart. A lot of bigger traders with bigger capital, they know this trick. It's an amazing psychological trick. It keeps you from blowing up your money. Half the elementary school level intellect of FinTwit doesn't understand like this. There's a lot of weirdos trolling that idea, but like I said, nobody ever succeeds when they challenge me with math. So, you know, in the FinTwit space, it's historically dumb. So the way that I see the world is different, like the way Einstein would see physics. People have a different mentality about how they should trade, and that's really cool. I'm extremely successful with what I do, and what doing that particular style is so important for people that are getting started in real trading with their own real capital. Because if you don't have any kind of control, what ends up happening is you can, like, say that for instance you forget to set a stop loss, and then you just go to the store and you come back and you lost everything because you've got to set a stop loss, and then you got to start over. Once you go make some more money, you got to refund the account. That is an automatic protection no matter what. No matter what Trump tweets, no matter what you forget to do, no matter what. And so that protection is there for anybody that wants to make sure they don't lose all their money in one go. But if you have 5 million here and put 100K in the account and you lose 100K of it, some people are like, oh, it looks like you blew up. You're like, well, that's just because that's just one trade that you lost. It's not a blow up. You planned for it. You allowed that to happen. You had the risk set from the start to be the same tolerance no matter what. But your goal was to have an automatic stop point of what you're willing to lose, and then you just continue to start. So a friend of mine does this trick, and he's actually made 6 figures trading this last year. One of my best friends in Houston, and he trades on the side. You know, he's an accountant, like by day, runs his own accounting firm, and then he has, like, you know, trading is like his thing. And he's Rocket Scooter student forever since we started. And he'll start with $5,000, double it to 10, take 5 out. Double it to 10, take 5 out. Double to 10, take 5 out. Blow up to 5 in a single trade, put 5 back in. So the money on the side keeps growing, and it's just like, you know, you can never lose more than what you start with. And it's a fairly advanced trick by anybody that's profitable. Another thing is that when you're wealthy, the last thing you ever want to do is put all of your money into a trading account, because that liquid cash can be zapped up in a heartbeat. Instead, you know, that cash needs to be moving on other things. Like an example is, I should put, you know, if I have, that's $1 million on out there opening, you know, custom fitness studios, because we're going to open a whole bunch of those around town. So liquid cash needs to be used for more fruitful things as well. Invested in other things that could produce cash flow, not all being risked in one single trade. So no trades for me yet. I got my finger off the button here. Just waiting. But I don't expect most people to understand what I do, because not everybody out there is like, you guys are smart, like, compared to, you know, who I've run into this industry. But like, when it comes to like the social media wannabes and the, you know, YouTube wannabes and stuff, it's not a lot of people with like proof that they're smart, you know. Not like anyone with like a college degree, anything sophisticated. Not people with college degrees, period. Not people with any accolades in life or jobs worth mentioning. You get a lot of like, you know, I used to be a janitor at an elementary school, but now I'm a trader. Yeah, whatever, dude. Like, don't argue math with me. You still count with your fucking toes. Anyways, accountant gang. My buddy's accountant's she's a very sharp guy. He's really smart. I call him with all questions related to tax. He knows everything. Lance known for the emojis. Oh, that'd be hilarious. Next boot camp starts in February, by the way. One of the strongest skills as a trader, one of the hardest discipline to master. To have the balls to do nothing when there's nothing to do on the chart. I'm telling you, that is the hardest skill to master. The desire to not do anything when you don't have anything to do. You know what I mean? I 100% agree. Now, there might be an opportunity here at the top. I think that the first DD band tap might be some scalpable trade. You finally filled that gap on the S&P, so that's over with. Let's get rid of that. And we got 25,892 yellow line, which is here on NASDAQ as well. Kind of like, play that. That Dame was a janitor at school. Yeah, being pretty smart. He was a janitor at school. He certainly was. Have you heard about that one janitor that solved an extremely complex equation on a whiteboard at a prestigious mathematical university? Yeah, I heard something about it. He was in Apples, and you know, previous boot camp is recorded and uploaded. That's correct. That's correct. Hey, what's up, M451? How to sign up? How to set up your chart in my style? Pretty simple. There's some videos in the boot camp, but I'll let you just teach you how to do it. On the side of my screen, you can have a watch list, which is this WL button, and you can add whatever tickers you want. If you want to know the futures tickers and have your futures data feed connected with your broker, this table down here at the bottom, just rewatch. You can rewind the stream, so rewatch what I'm telling you. These are the ticker names for all the futures stuff. If you need futures data, you need to connect your CQG account from your broker. So if you have a brokerage account, only real futures brokerage accounts will work here for now. Connect that account to here, and then your CQG data feed will be fed through to the platform. To split screen the chart, you'll click this button right here, and you can add as many different windows that you want. If you want them in the same window, you can do that. If you want them in separate windows, you can click this pop-up button, which pops out a side chart on a different window. Like if you want to trade on different screens, I just popped out a side chart that goes somewhere else. If you want to save your charting layout, like your drawings and indicators and stuff, you're going to use this to save layout, which just saves everything inside of the charting window. all your settings here, like what you have in your watch list and what you have in your event speed and all of that, is saved in this save layout, which is the entire platform save layout, which remembers all of your settings outside of the charts. This can load your layout to go with it. I use S&P and NASDAQ. So over here is the S&P. Over here is NASDAQ. I use resilience and arbitrage. So you can go here, indicator, resilience, just type it in. You can add both of them. I put the NASDAQ over here. And this temporary named indicator we call arbitrage, we put here as well. You know, yeah, I know that guy. My boy's really smart. My boy's wicked smart. That's what he says. He says he's wicked smart. Wicked smart. Well, next time you're gonna be plagiarizing some Gordon Wood, you know? All right. The little pullback there. Australian accent. My accents either sound Australian or they all sound like Sylvester Stallone. I've got two of them. That's it. Were you watching Good Will Hunting yesterday, or were you watching the Always Sunny episode? Flowers for Charlie. Was that? I actually watched that last week. Let's move from Tesla. Chart looks the same as NQ. Probably so. Like right now, it's gonna be very sensitive to like a lot of stocks movement. Tesla, yeah, Tesla looking very similar there. Nvidia, same move. AVGO, no, not the same move. Okay, that's just a mixed bag of stuff. Hey, somebody slapping the bass. Oh, you were watching I Love You Man? That's my go-to movie. If I need something to watch and I can't find something to watch, I literally watch I Love You Man, like just as like one. It's like one of like 3 movies that I'll just always put on when I got nothing better to watch. Slapping the bass, man. Is that a leprechaun? Do you always hold the bass that high when you play? Slapping the bass, man. Don't forget the strip joint DJ voice. Oh yeah. And Silent Bomb, Good Will Hunting 2, hunting season. That was like very old. I remember that one. That was well, I saw that online, but I don't remember the it was like from the well, one of the was, I don't know which one of their movies it was. One of the Jay and Silent Bob movies. Yeah. Hunting season. Rating Sarah Marshall's fair. Yeah, that's like one of my go-tos also. It's getting kind of hard to believe that things could get better now. Hey, what do we got? Was it Jay and Silent Bob? Was it Strike Back? Yeah, that was the one. All right. Dracula musical. Super bad. That's also quite a go-to. Just like Jonah Hill filling the laundry detergent plastic bottles with alcohol. It's just like hilarious. Okay. It looks like we did bounce against this like kind of 892 resistance level. And honestly, if I were long up to there, I would have cut out. I mean, there's just no good evidence of like, I don't know. I still feel like what we saw last week is probably still in play. I would not be surprised if this ended up down here today. And like I said, I don't want to try to play for it. Today feels a little bit different. And it feels like we're just one tweet away from a big giant move in either direction. as good as this was to the upside, I did get some profit on the upside. I mean, 10%, not that big of it, you know, not that something to shrug off on that. So Step Brothers, yeah, that's all still like a go-to. Step Brothers all the time. Super Troopers. You know, I just watched over the weekend the Quasimodo movie. I never saw that one before, by the Broken Lizard Group. I think it just came out a couple years ago. It was okay. It was like, okay. Market's a little jumpier than usual. It feels that way. There are some, like, Broken Lizard movies are like either really, really, really good or just really miss. Like, I gotta say, Super Troopers was awesome. Super Troopers 2 was like, it's kind of okay. Beer Fest, that was good. Slam and Salmon, one of my favorites. Pretty good. Quasi, is alright. The weather outside is weather. Yeah, not taking any trades right now. Yeah, the market's a little, it just blasted up at the open with a flat open. I'm kind of just like, kind of holding off, right? Want to see that gap fill in the S&P and then see how we behave right there. It looks like we're supporting that gap fill right now. I think, I don't know, like maybe there's a playoff of some kind of scalp off DD band, but this feels a little different today. I kind of am a little hesitant to, like, if this is the nice good upside and we're starting a bull move into tomorrow, then perfect. Earnings season coming up. So my whole mindset today has been like, maybe I want to long this, but how many times have I cleared the area and said so much room for activities? Oh, all the time. Got no, like, this is just flat. There's nothing crazy here. This is decent off of a flat open, but nothing crazy here either. It like I said, it feels like anything can happen. We kind of opened floating above liquidity box. We popped it there and I was like, let's just kind of chill this one. As much as I wanted to take the long at the open, I just didn't do it. I think I've been a little soured by the market's just sort of coin flippy nature. Half the times it goes up, half the times it goes down. It just seems to be all over the place. As long as we break out of that, you know, post earnings season, I think it'll be okay. Like, look at the bigger chart. It's just been smart for capital preservation. Remember, this was the bad December I've had. Ever since Christmas, I'm up 160,000 or whatever it is. Since I replenished. So on a streak that I've been on. And you guys are like, just take it to 1 million. So I said, that's the new thing I'm committed to. Take it to 1 million. I'm in no hurry to give something back. I mean, look at this choppy market. It's just been like this since December. There hasn't been really any like strong up. Like it's nice to have days like this where it's just like, you can feel the market trending. There is no trend. That's the problem. No trend at all. Not trending up. It's not trending down. It's just flat and choppy. And the days are bigger, right? Since December, we've been dealing with like bigger days than usual. You know, just if this is the day where we hit the yellow line and sell off again, okay. It doesn't feel like it though. This feels different than all these other days. It does feel like it's gonna want to sort of like break through and support up here. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up 26,000 again by tomorrow. And we do have earnings starting, major earnings are starting tomorrow as well, so. Kind of feels like it wants to break out though, doesn't it? Continual upside move, at least a DD band, I think is what we're gonna get. I don't think there's any short play from here. It's me though. It does feel like there's no short play from here. But it's gonna keep going, I think. Like, playing a contract to be okay with it. This might be that day that we break out finally. At least on that dip that we had, that was enough to spark things to get going. Honestly, I'm so confused on today. I'm a little hesitant. I'll tell you guys, I'll give you guys a little hint. You know, when it comes to the party, you can't reveal too much, but I'll tell you, I didn't know it was possible. I mean, anything's possible, I guess, if you're limber enough. Get 3 lap dances at once. That was in the karaoke room, the After Hours Club. Just imagine how the orientation of that would be, the physics of that. Dude, I feel like, oh shoot, it keeps tripping on me. So my cup is like torn. Hey, what's up? Yes. Yeah, we're good. This my tea, like the cup has a hole in it. Every time I drink, it's like dripping all over me. What's up, Pickle? Pickle and I, Doc, here to stay. What are y'all up to? Really? Being that it was my party, my friends were showering me all weekend with awesome stuff. I have a photographer that came, not to the after hours, no photography allowed, but we partied rather hard-ish. She popped right in that moment, LOL. Oh, dude, you know when you go to the strip club, it's mostly the girls are having more, almost. I mean, the girls have more fun when the guys do with the dancers. So the dudes were like, handed stacks of money to the girls, and the girls were like, oh my god, having a good time. Her and all her friends. Yeah, no, like, look right here, look. It's right here. There's like a crack in the cup, like it's cracked for some reason, like right here. Where the hole is? Where the hole is? I can just take the lid off. That's the smart way to do it. Those stacks were used appropriately. No, there was one girl that kept ripping us off, dude. I'm telling you. They're supposed to allow you to distribute the currency evenly, per services rendered. A certain thing, here's some money. Certain thing, here's some money. Here's some money for your some money. This girl kept reaching out and like grabbing the stack and like trying to grab the whole thing. Like this one friend that was with us was she was a little tipsy. Kept turning around and one dancers kept like grabbing the stack from her hand. I was like, we gotta get her out of here. She's robbing us blind. Not supposed to take it from people's hands. No. Matt's gonna be sent to the doghouse. Whose idea do you think it was to go there? This is the girls are the ones that decide this. They're the ones that take the guys. Yeah, some chick was robbing us blind, dude. For that. That's equivalent to the waiter, like, you know, reaching into your wallet and grabbing your credit card and say, "I'll be right back." I had to tell my friend, I was like, "Hey, you know, don't let her take that. Don't let her take it out of your hands." Yeah, you should bring him to the house next time. I do remember one of my friends trolling me though. He was like, he asked me for my card so he can go to the ATM and pull out some cash for everybody. Like, give me your card. I was like, all right. End of the night, we're all like, you know where your card is? I mean, somebody stole your card. I don't know where it is. And then we're all looking around for it. Then he goes, I got you. I was like, why would you even do that? I'm too like messed up for this. $50,000 on sides, Donnie. Donnie liked the sides. Yeah, I got the sides. Who was EJ Entertainment? They had to entertain our clients. The guy, the Pfizer guys came over. We took the Pfizer guys. Yeah, Donnie ordered the sides. $50,000 of sides. What do these sides do? Cook cancer? Yeah, that's what they do. They cure cancer. That's why they're so expensive. The sides did cure cancer. But no, it was pretty fun. Yeah, we had a good time. And I saw a lot of friends throughout the evening. Like, we started earlier, and I saw a lot of friends that even hadn't seen in a while. People that just like turned up randomly. So it was good to like run into some old friends. One of my friends, her and her business partner showed up, and I got to meet a guy that I knew her all the time, and I didn't know him. This is kind of cool. I get to network with that guy. They own a bunch of restaurants. They're restaurateurs in town. And, I mean, I were talking about commercial real estate and his new projects and stuff. He's developing this like residential, residential housing in some town called Round Top or something. Sure it is. It's all the new rage right now. Everyone's talking about like this little. It's like in the middle of like between here and Austin, and everybody is talking about like going there and visiting there and building there. It's like just like a cute little country town, I guess, but the population of like 80 people or something. Rip Mad Max. Oh yeah, that was crazy, dude. That story. No, I took long trades today earlier. For this, no trades yet. No. Yeah. For whatever it's worth, man, I just want to feel this market out. I don't know. Call me crazy, but I don't feel like there's any good what I do in times like this is I wait until somebody says something about Greenland or whatever, and the market's going to move quick and I'll respond to it. If any certainty, like we call it like the plus minus trick, right? The market's either going to be on an upward trajectory or a downward trajectory based on the opinions of these new tariffs, right? And this thing going on in Europe. If we're trucking along, all of a sudden there's bad news. Hey guys, there's tariffs. Okay, now it's in minus state. We fall down. If they go, hey, tariffs are still on, you know, it doesn't keep falling. The market moves one time for one news event. So in your minus state, you're down here. The only thing that really makes the market move when you're minus state is the plus state. There's tariffs. Okay, well, we worked it out. Okay, fine. Nah, it's falling apart. Okay, so with the plus, oh, back down here to minus. And okay, we worked it out again. We'll be finishing out within a month. Okay, cool. You know, actually, we're gonna finish the tariffs up in 2 weeks, not a month. You get two pluses next to each other, the market doesn't bump up a second time. This sort of yes or no sort of binary, like, kind of setup, it's either, like, you know, as long as the positive news is positive, you just stay the course like nothing's happening. Once you flip polarity to the other side, it comes down. So right now, we're kind of in that sort of positive state where things are probably going to resolve. But if we hear any negative news and flip to the negative side, we're just going to get something like that. And so in times like this, when I know that we're sensitive to that kind of news, I learned this the first time with the tariffs. I learned this the second time with the tariffs. Now this is the third time with tariffs, that I'm going to wait for a dip, like just this really nasty, something's going to happen and we're going to get a red candle like this that I can just dive right in on. Like the last thing I do in this environment is pick up a few pennies here to try to like grab something on this little like move up, because it's a coin flip away for something like that. And I wait for that, right? That's the smart thing to do. I know it's like the least sexy thing in the world to sit here and do nothing, but I mean, I'm up for the day and I'm okay with being up for the day. But guessing on every single move is something the amateurs will do. You know, a professional knows exactly what works when it works. They do whenever they need to trade, and they'll trade a moment. It's like a wizard. Wizard shows up exactly when they need to. They're never early, they're never late. I trade only when I need to, exactly when it matters. First, second, and third time were tariffs. Exactly right. It keeps coming on and on and on. Do I use volume shelves? We use volume prediction techniques, which is a little bit better than volume profile. These lines shown on the screen are predictable high volume pivots. So we trade off of these, and Rocket Scooter is a gamma exposure and futures CME group exploit tool. So no fitness studio. Yes, the fitness studio is a go. We signed the paperwork on Friday. You don't just open up fitness studio, you got to build it. So we signed the paperwork, so it's a go. The first one's a go with the plan to open 3 to 5 more within the first year. Yeah. So the next thing we need to do is get our location. Well, when you sign the paperwork, there's a 2-week delay before you. It's just part of the terms. Like once the paperwork is officially delivered to you, you can't officially sign and submit it for 2 weeks. So we sign it. We just have to wait. There's like a 2-week wait period. They do this to make sure that in the contract law, I forget the name of it, but they make sure you have sound mind. That you're not like, you know, glazed over and then you sign on the dotted line and it's immediately binding contract. The rule is, yeah, you wait. Their requirement is it's 2 weeks, so that way you give you time to think it over, or it's actually official. The cool off period, yeah, it's like a 2-week cool off. And then currently right now, my legal team is looking over the signs contract, pleads insanity the next day. Yeah, pretty much. Is that yellow line tap on Nasdaq? I'm so afraid to short this, man. I'm not feeling it at all. It feels like upside is the way to go. I haven't pushed the button at all since I've been here. But again, we get a move off of some event. I'm gonna grab that dip. There's a recession period. Yeah, I'm going for short today. No, not today, man. I know I'm probably missing out on some prime long action, but I'm just gonna let it kind of simmer down. Looking for experienced fitness trainers? Yeah. So send me an email, Matt at Rockscooter. And I'll explain to you like the type of establishment it's going to be when the ink is all dry and it's finally like locked in permanently. Then I'll be able to because we're like the only people bringing this brand to Houston, and we've kind of made a deal with the owner, like, we're going to build a flagship, like your best location of all your locations here in Houston, the most expensive property, and like, bigger, better, like to capture market, right? And like let's build your flagship in Texas, and like we'll be the ones that run it. And like they're wildly successful where they are. And she was really excited about the idea because she really likes her. And she's a fascinating entrepreneur, very smart owner, and understands everything from the market to the culture to the numbers. It's a pretty good talk. So I was like, we want to build your flagship because, we have to kind of like make a splash. And well, within, the next year, we're going to open a whole bunch more, pop up all over town. But we want to be the only ones to run it in this city. We don't want anyone else. That way we can coordinate, like, between all of them, and it's more efficient. I presented my plan on that, and he's like, yeah, it's cool. There's no guarantees that we'd be the only operators, but yeah. But like, we were like, give us a good deal if we get a bunch more. And let us be your market here. Anyways, it's pretty much a go after the cooldown. Pretty shocked with all the fear, the Greenland political shutdown, Fed decision. Yeah, Fed's on Wednesday too, by the way. I think the Fed, I'm not really sure if, I don't think we have a high probability of getting a rate cut this time around. Let me double check. Because it has been a hot minute since I looked at the market watch. The Fed watch, I mean. At least I'm like wise enough to not try to short this. Yep, no rate cut. So I think we get maybe like one cut this year, unless the jobs numbers come out pretty poor. Like unemployment just looks like shit. Oh, hey, IDOC, are you listening? Are you listening to the stream? Oh, okay. No, not Max. Not Max Options. No, Mad Max. Rob Reiner, the actor, him and his wife got stabbed to death by their kid a month ago. Did you remember that? When they said Mad Max. IDOC's texted me. She's like, what happened to Max? She thought you were talking about Big Daddy Max. I was like, oh, no, not Max Options. No. Yes, Mad Max is what they called his character in Wolf of Wall Street. They called him Mad Max because he was always yelling at people. But no, in real life, him and his wife were murdered by their son. And that's the current or alleged. Email to reach out. Just send it to Matt at Rocket Scooter. You didn't miss anything much. Market just pumping up a little bit. I made 22K. Just chilling. Did I short off a yellow line with a little bit of NASDAQ here? I want to do it, but I don't want to do it. I mean, Dawn is frozen. I think we're back. The internet stopped for like a minute. It logged me out of everything, man. I gotta tell you, we need a solution. I have to go buy me a Starlink or something. Oh my word. All right, what's going on? Let me relog in everything. Sorry about that, you guys. I said I'm not sure in this. It just feels like up is the way it wants to go. I think like it's been enough. It's been enough back and forth and, you know, getting kicked in the stomach all the time from this freaking December, January, February price action. I kind of want to just feel this one out, especially through earnings. I want to get good A+ setups before I make any strong decisions. We've been trading up and then dying out and then trading up and dying out. This could be no different than any of those other days. I'm not going to touch my take profits today. That's for damn sure. I'm going to kind of chill on those. Maybe take in a couple to fund an X account. Build a small position. Right here, what I'll do is there's usually no shorting of it, but if I get there, actually we're at yellow as well. Like a small, so hesitant to do it, but it is maybe an opportunity there for a scalp. I don't know. like doing Google Sheets. No trades, like sitting here. It's like no Google Sheets. Why do I keep doing this? I'll be right back, guys. So the snowstorm here wasn't that bad. We didn't actually get any snow, any ice, nothing. It rained for a couple days and then it got really cold, but then the water dried up. So there's no ice, nothing. We actually remember pretty good. So we actually moved the party from Saturday to Friday, which kind of like made a lot of our friends couldn't make it. It still turned out to be a pretty big turnout anyways. But that snowstorm, man, just to dampen all our plans. Yeah, man, like honestly, no, I'm not shorting nothing. Like I'm literally just chilling on this. I don't feel the downside pressure, but anything is possible. Like I'm waiting to see if we get some kind of, you know, catalyst to move this thing one way or the other. I don't know. I don't know my general thoughts here. Maybe they're making some plays up. I still feel like long is the way up. Long is the way though. I don't know. Like anything can happen. You know what I mean? I still feel long is it. But I'll be honest with you guys, I don't have any good signal to pick one way or the other. It's going to be absolute coin flip from here. Don't know how you guys are playing it. It looks like a short squeeze. I feel like it feels like a short squeeze too. Yeah. Look at this. Somebody said all these gains off stream again. Might as well just deposit $1 million and declare victory. You have to be the dumbest motherfucker alive. This is a gain. This is a P&L gain. This is not a deposit. I tell you, dude. I read some of the comments of people on social media. Like I said, I made a tweet about this. I feel like the way some people are with math remind me that many of these people that trade, these trading influencers and people that watch prop shows, are people that went to fucking elementary school and the weird fucking trailer behind the normal kid elementary school, where they learn how to not eat pace while all the rest of us learning how fucking percentages work. Like, swear to God, like some of you people, some of y'all need to, not all of y'all, but some of y'all need to, you know what I'm saying? Y'all went to school in the fucking portables. All right, listen, this is a gain. It's a trading gain. Yeah, I made the trading gain off screen. What? You're here to get the free handouts. I'll tell you, it sucks that I can't YOLO you to victory, but my bad. Sorry I traded overnight. My bad. I'll never do it again. No, I'm a comedian, so I just make sure I act in a way that throws a quip and one-liners just to be funny. God, I can't believe glue snippers. Well, I can't believe that yeah. Sorry for buying off of the opportunity at the low side. Being smart on the stream. No, there was like, whenever I put out this post, and this tweet went viral, by the way, I said, you know, on prop firms, the average take home of anybody that's made $1 million payout is roughly 50%. I said they make about 500K, 300 to 500K. I wrote this, and you got, I said 300, 500K. Okay, clearly, right? 500K. Probably like 300 if they're really bad. 500 if they're pretty good. Some people maybe got lucky, spent $20,000, $30,000, and they made $1 million payout. And the rest of it's subject to tax. And nowhere will you do it. But I was like, normally you're gonna lose 10 to 20% your profit split, right? So, but the tweet was basically like every $1 million payout that you see, it's not $1 million take home. It's obvious, like it's very true. I was like, and here's the things that rob your take home. Number one is 10 to 20% profit split. You're gonna lose some to the house. And I said, depending on like where you live and, you know, your jurisdiction and your tax situation, you may be taxed anywhere from, you know, I'm just gonna make a number, 10 to 40% taxes, somewhere in there. There's a spectrum here, which of course, you know, my math brain assumes that everybody understands these things, but I figured, like I said, there's a lot of people with Elmer's glue nozzle stuck in their nose, so I got to kind of like explain things with a handholdy sort of sense. So, possible tax before deductions, right? I'll teach you guys how the spectrum works. 2 and 3 is part of a spectrum. Number 3 is loss to fees, right? So, fees are going to be like resets and whatever. And I said people like maybe like 10 to 30%, right? Some people are average going to pay like 10% of them. They spend $100,000 to make the million or whatever. Somebody was like, what a fucking idiot. And I was like, oh my God. And that dude, you guys roasted that guy. Who said that? I was like, well, percentages don't work that way. No, 10%, you know, 50% of 40% is 20%. It's not 90%. Like I said, and these are people that stream trading. Yeah. So anyways, like I said, percentages don't work that way. And so I had to further into detail how the math works. And it's just, I think people will learn not to go toe to toe with math. Maybe like handheld to some people. It's like, here's how this works, right? 20% off the top, your mill turns 800K. That's it. Your 800K, whatever you spent on fees, there's two scenarios. Number one is you're really bad at trading. Number two is you're really good. And the two scenarios play out like this. You're really bad, you've blown up a lot, but you can also write off those blow-offs and cut in your tax liability. You're really good, you spent $100 to make $1 million, then all the rest of it is taxed at the highest, you know, at the brackets, but mostly the top part of that will be taxed at the highest tax rate. Either way, you're either losing more, so you can write that off and you're paying less taxes, or you're winning more, and therefore you're hit with the full tax burden. Overall, you're landing somewhere about 30% to total fees and tax total, plus your 20% split, which equals to about the 50% that you're left with. And I polled everybody, and it seems like most people fall into that category. So maybe like less than 1% of people take home more than 50% margins on their investment. I had maybe 3 or 4 people say, yep, I made more than 100,000 and I took home more than 50. Almost everybody that responded was like, yeah, I'm upside down. So the numbers were right, and then the community polled it and checked out. But the idea that 20% and 40% and 30%, someone's like, how do you mean you only took home 10%? What a fucking idiot. And I'm like, oh my God, guys, these are people that are out there coaching y'all and trading. Like I said, portable buildings behind the elementary school. This is where these people went to school. Bless their hearts. They're trying, but like I said, dude. It's incredible. Like I feel sometimes like I'm the only person that I don't know, like the only person that deserves to be here. The streaming side of things. Oh my goodness. Anyways. In a world where 50% of 40% equals 90 and not 20. And half of you guys were like, percentages don't work that way, bro. Like, you know, he double down. And it just was, it becomes unreal. It because a lot of these people get jealous because we got so big and we're bigger than all of them, right? YouTube, our views are bigger, pop sales are bigger, whatever. They just got a little jealous because we got big. But then it's like they try to square off and then they just look dumb. They got other dumb people like, yeah, you're right. This doesn't make any sense. There's a whole thread of people that are like, doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, one guy was like, yeah, I got dumber. I get dumber every time I read something he writes. And I'm like, oh, one thing we agree on, that you're dumb. I agree. Anyways, Rips is a pretty good trader. I agree. Rips is good. Yeah. Adam Silver, that guy's a failed trader too. Like these people are just dumb and failed. You know? Like I said, they're all small and growing, so they're going to be a little. They try to be cutthroat because it gives them impressions under somebody that's big. That's all their prerogative. I try to create, you know, honest discussions. I mean, that's an honest discussion at the prop payout that people, because these kids, this is what they do. They report their prop payouts. And this is the threat to them for me to say that, to teach you guys. You know, somebody's like, check out my $20,000 payout. No, ask how much they paid in. This is really important. How much you reset, how much you failed. They don't want this stuff to go visible. Yeah, I'm kind of the thorn in everybody's side when it comes to the transparency in the prop space, you know. I don't like that. Just trying to steal some interactions, yeah. But like, you know, you guys aren't easily fooled. You like, you can see on the screen, there's a trading account. See whatever it is. That's all that matters. Rips' pitch and catch. I don't fully understand it. I've seen like videos that he's posted mentioning it, but I don't understand his strategy, to be honest. The yellow line is automatic. It's not automatic. It's manually drawn. Still popping to that long side, man. That's crazy. But right, it's a smart discussion to have because I feel like a lot of people's main income is like their prop affiliate sales, and there's a thing that they don't want. You know, I would say in general, there's this general push of like a bunch of like people that are like, let's not rock the boat together, bro. We're all in this together, sort of thing. And like whenever you start bringing conversations like that educate the community on what things really are like, people don't like that because then they start getting questioned. And they don't like to be questioned, you know what I mean? Like, they don't want people asking questions. And I think there's like this general, all the furus out there are like, come on, bro, let's not rock the boat together. Okay, I'll circle jerk you, you circle jerk me. We got this together. And I'm just the one that says like, don't give a shit what anyone else thinks about me or what they do. And I kind of just say it as it is. People don't want you asking questions about the prop space. You know, a lot of people are like, check out my payout, check out my payout. Look at my $22,000 payout from Take Profit. Look at my $50,000 payout from here. And I'm like, well, you know, how much did you pay in? How did you actually net anything? People go silent when you ask them that. They don't want y'all to ask them these questions either. But y'all should ask those questions. You know, there's nothing stopping you from being smart. And I try to make sure I teach people how to be smart. They don't like it out there because all these people are failed traders. They couldn't do what we do. They couldn't do what I do. They couldn't do what Rips does and like Brian does. These people out there crushing it. A lot of people that want to make you think that they do something that they don't do. They don't like you talking about it. So they're going to criticize when smart people step up and put a spotlight on the kind of the errors that they're presenting. Very important. But it's very true. Like, whenever you guys are learning, from anybody, you got to make sure that you understand the prop space. There's a couple things the prop space is really good at. There's a good conversation me and Dan M and some other people had last night about the prop space live account. And somebody said like, the live account is not necessarily, you know, a gauge of, or sorry, the live account's not necessarily a prize in most prop firms worth taking. While most of the prop firms have a live portion of their, you know, of their plan, live is the ultimate goal of prop firm, but it's clearly understood as that live is a soft band for people that are beating the casino. I mean, and it's like, everybody knows that, right? You know, going live is a way for them to like, okay, you're beating us so much, you know, here, let's push you to live. Now let's go beat the market together. It's both an honor and also a ban at the same time. But I also made a comment. I said, you know, while live is not necessarily the prize it's like made out to be, prop firms use it as a regulatory sort of, you know, necessity. It's needed. Prop firms, you know, use that as like this is the trophy, the final destination, you know, kind of where you want to be, which is kind of true, but not their live program, right? Where you want to be as a live trader on your own with your own cash, where there's no profit split and, you know, no rules and stuff. So that's really where you want to be. But their live program is what they always say, you know, we're going to push you to live, and that's a high honor. It is, but it's also a soft band too. And the high honor is really good because you can brag to people like, hey, I beat this prop and went live. It is an honor. And the prop accounts you usually get when you go live are usually a little rinky dink and kind of not worth your time. If you're a person like an adult with an income, you know, and you get a $10,000 or a $5,000 or $20,000 account, may or may not seem like a lot to you, and it's not. For some traders, they just kind of shrug it off. But I made a comment that I said that the live program is more like a litmus test. With all these prop traders and prop affiliate influencers out there pushing, you really should ask the question, how many of you guys have gone live? It's really it's really like piggybacking off the last conversation. If you are putting you're pulling out more money from the props than you're putting in, they will push you to live to keep you from doing it. If your prop affiliate influencer is not live with the prop firm, they are a shit trader. And that's the answer to that. They are not winning. They are paying in more than they're losing. Yeah, you got 20,000 payout. Somebody's like, I had a 50. Somebody told me yesterday, like the other day, like I had, 100,000 this year and $500,000 this year. And I'm like, well, how many lives do you have? And they went quiet. Unless you're absolutely crushing it. Going live is a litmus test, not for being a good trader. Going live is a litmus test on if your influencer is a fraud. That's the litmus test. I didn't finish that sentence. If your influencer is just posting payouts and not really actually net profiting, the prop firm's not going to move you to live unless you're milking money from them. Yeah, that's the answer to that. Like, for somebody to say they went live, you have clear evidence that they've taken out more than they've put in. That's it. If you're a liability or an asset, that makes that decision. If you're a liability, they push you to live. If you're an asset, they keep you in props. If you're out there trading props and failing and blowing up and failing and blowing up and you're a streamer, they're going to keep you in sim all day long because you're bringing in money. All these other kids are going to blow up with you. They, like, props hire like freaking, almost like risk underwriters to like sit there and make these decisions. When you go live, it's a risk. There's a risk team that decides this. And let me tell you, with my experience in props, the risk team literally sits back and says, does this person bring in more money or take out more money? Well, they fail a lot. We're not really paying them out more than they pay in, and they're bringing in tens of thousands of customers every month. Yeah, we're not gonna push them to live yet. Keep them in sim. They make this decision all day long. So just make sure that if your influencers aren't live, they're not winning. And they're usually reluctant to show you their trading history or their stats or how much they paid in. But I said that that's the litmus test of if they've actually profited or not. And so as you guys learn that little situation for me, kind of learn a little bit on that, right? So good conversation spawned out of that, but it's more like just, payouts don't equal profit, and I'm sure it's pretty common. I would say I'm sure my margins are more than 50%, but I haven't really like checked it out. It's certainly not like 80, 90, 100%. Like, you can write off your losses. Like, if you, an example, again, I'm not the tax expert, but I'll explain it the best way possible. Let's just assume, for general purpose, a flat tax rate. Even though there's tax tiers, let's just assume a flat tax rate of 20%. Let's say that I made $1 million with 80% split. There I'm at 800K. 800K is taxable. But let's say I spent 100K to get that 800K. Okay. So my tax liability is 700K at 20,000 or 20% on. I'm just gonna make up a number for average. It's gonna be tiered. Let's just pick up a low tier average. Let's say that I already make tens of millions of dollars, then I'll be taxed at the highest bracket because this is income. It passes through to your what's your Schedule C, right? And so your business loss income. I don't know all the names for the stuff, but and you got 70 at 350K. So that would be your taxes to that if it was 20%. So you lose your 800 that you have net after your split. You would lose whatever your tax burden is. Pretend that that's your tax, and it could be whatever. Minus 100 you spent. And then of course that's where I arrived at that. You basically take away half. If you lose more, then you say that you spent $400,000. You're taxed on less, but you still paid more into it. So there's a sliding scale. The more you lose, the less you're taxed because you can write off those losses. But then you also more you paid in. The best case scenario is you didn't lose at all. The best take home is you lost zero. Okay? And you're just hit with the full tax burden. So if you've paid $100 and walked away with $800,000 minus your taxes, then that's what you're left with. It's going to roughly be about 20 to 30% off the top. And the high end is going to be roughly 70, but average people 30 to 50% because they're going to be losing so much to get there. A lot of people are like, yeah, I've spent $30,000 and never taken a payout. And I could say most people, high 90s percentile, are people that aren't even breaking even in props. That's the real reality of stuff. And I know, and it kind of sucks that when you try to have discussions, there's a very severe lack of motivated intellectuals in the prop trading space and influencer space that even had the capacity to have a conversation with someone to a degree of like, you know, then like it just sounds like it's productive. Yeah. Prop fees are just your cost of goods. Yeah, you can write off every bit of your education. But even so, it's like, and if you were to do the math, the easiest way to see the math, and this is what all these people weren't seeing, is that no matter what you write off, any number, when you want to write off 100,000 of your loss, you want to write off 200,000 of your loss, your taxes are always equal to a fraction of your loss. So the savings on taxes is always a fraction of the loss. The more losses you have, you're only reducing a fraction of that in credit. So the more loss you have, you might be getting more of a tax break, but you're going to have less net bring home because it's a fraction of your loss that's taxed. So it's like, you know, people like don't understand the more you lose, yes, the less taxes you pay, but the more you lost, like that's the bigger chunk, the amount you paid into losing. And that's where most of the credit is taken away from the net gain take home. The loss is the loss. Yeah. And like, this is where you guys are so smart. I can just say it and y'all understand it. Somebody was like, well, what if you write off all your losses and then you pay no taxes? And I'm just like, bro, get your fucking Elmer's glue back to the trailer. I'm like, if you have no tax liability, then you lost it all to begin with. Then your net take home is zero. Then your tax liability is zero. Like, it's like basic math to some people. Well, what if you don't pay any taxes? Well, then you lost everything. Like, I tell you, bro, like, I don't know. I wish, I guess that's why I like you guys. Like, I feel like the smart people congeals here in like this community. We could just say it and you guys understand. Yeah, but see that is, again, yeah. And you know, the elephant in the room is this prop system is the money maker for most of these people. So they don't like for you to shine a light on how it really works because, well, that's shining a light on how it really works. There's a lot of people that don't, a lot of people are taught not to ask those kind of questions. I get it, but you should ask those kind of questions. Important. What I love most about the prop industry is equally matched about what I hate the most about it. It has put paper traders, it's given them a shroud of obscurity that they can hide behind. Whereas, you know, when I started trading on YouTube over a decade ago, people were like, how do I know that's not a demo account? That was the big question. You say, well, the account number is on the screen. That's why I got into that habit. People don't put the real account numbers on the screen because they come up with some excuse to hide a demo account. What I learned back in the day was if I show the account number, there's no question at all that it's real. So this is what I call fully transparent. You can see the account number. It doesn't say demo and all that. But with the prop space has created this shroud of obscurity where people are hiding behind payouts and hiding. So basically they're just sim trading with an occasional payout, but the net take home is probably zero for most of these big shots. And the problem becomes, it's very easy for a lot of them to feign profit or to feign profitability when they don't have it, which is what paper traders used to do back in the day when I started trading. They would pretend they're profitable, and then you say, well, that's actually a paper account. And people, they're like witch hunts, or people get like chased out of social media because they got caught paper trading. These days, everyone's paper trading, and it's okay. It's the status quo to be like cool with people paper trading, and people got lazy since COVID. Now it's okay to paper trade. Nobody asks questions anymore. I say back in the day, like I said, social media had a witch hunt. They caught someone paper trading and passing it on as real. People get sued by the government. School of Trades guy, Ross Cameron, Jason Bond, all these guys, they all got sued. Like, you know, fines and everything. Passing off paper is real. Now everybody passes off paper is real. So this is my payout. Well, it's not your payout. The CFTC and FA require you to post what is net. You must say that this is my net and legally for compliance. There's things people should do. But it's just so many cases of it. It's like, well, it's almost like decriminalized at this point. I'm not taking any trades. No, I'm just chilling. But anywho, I'm not taking any trades here. I think we're just melting up. Really short out. I'm not doing it, man. Is there any benefit to trading as an LLC if you're not fully profitable yet? Trading as a company, I don't personally do it, but I know people that do it. I don't think if you trade now, those of you that trade as a company, can y'all throw in some info as to how you handle it? You can't tax defer income if your tax is an LLC. It's all pass through, regardless if you're a company or not. Company just limits your liability. But I think people that do it, do y'all S corp it? I don't know anything about. Did I say do? I don't know anything about the taxation of that because I've never done it. I trade in my person only. But for tax savings, there's ways that if you were to defer, do you guys use S corp? How do y'all do it? What's the trick? So yeah, it's all passed through as a single member LLC. IRS treats you as an individual, so you won't get any tax. Like my thought is people trade as an S corp and they pay themselves a moderate salary from it to keep their tax burden low. As an S corp, you don't have to pay your employment and your Social Security and Medicare and all that stuff. That's the benefit of S corp. Trading in the S corp for a while and you'll get audited. Ask you how you know. Oh, that sucks, man. The only thing with these props, you could write off your G-Wagon. Oh, dude, you can write off a G-Wagon because it's a fat thick beast of a car. Maybe I should maybe have some education to teach you guys on this. Benefits for active traders to incorporate. Let's just find a basic article. What are the best benefits you get? Oh, yeah. So you're not doing the self-employment taxes. Okay, that's what it is. Benefit there. That does make sense. Those are the same as a normal wage earners. Because trading is not considered a business activity by the IRS, expenses necessary to trade are not eligible for tax deductions. Okay. But for most active traders, the cost of necessities, education, trading platforms, software, internet access, computers can be considerable as a business expense. So the other thing, and the reason I don't have to is because, like, essentially, if you are a business as a trader, now all those things are business expenses into your employment as a trader. All those things are already deductions to my normal business activities. So I wouldn't be able. That's partially the reason, like, I don't trade through a corp, because all my stuff is already written off. Tax remedies, arbitrators life file schedules T form, deduct business expenses, blah blah blah. Arbitrators can 179 deduction for equipment used in trading activities. Yep. The mark-to-market election allows qualified traders to change their capital gains and loss of ordinary income and losses. Last day of the year, all positions are assumed to be sold at market value. Hypothetical gain or loss is calculated. This is mark-to-market end of the year. Accounting typically is done by everybody. Following year, based on each positions, counting assuming hypothetical gains and losses are added to actual gains and losses. As gains and losses are recorded as ordinary income, all losses are deducted in the year they occur. But under mark-to-market, traders are not bound by the 3,000 net capital loss limitation. They conduct all losses in the year they occur, providing maximum tax rate the current year. Very nice. And the wash sale rule disqualifies your loss deductions. It's essentially identical to securities bought within 30 days for after a sale. If you elect mark-to-market accounting, you don't have to do the 30-day wash sale rule thing. These are the major reasons people do that. Any of you guys do that? Let's read what you guys have. Anybody here trade as a business? If you can open a company in Dubai and keep money there. Isn't it tax? Are you tax free in Dubai? Somebody told me that. But even if you're a US citizen, you still have to pay taxes even if you live in Dubai. Dubai doesn't have income tax, I believe. Or is it capital gains tax? One of the two. You're gonna have a hard time writing off your car as a day trader. I wouldn't press your luck unless your car is a marketing tool and you drive it to car shows and you use it for that purpose. Like Pat's cars, you can write those off. His cars say only props on the side. $4 on the side. His boat says $4. Like, it's an advertising vehicle that you use for just specific purposes, and the majority of its use is for business. Go up to a car show marketing your business, then you can have a little bit easier time. But I mean, hard to write off a commuter vehicle if you sit at home and day trade everywhere, because it's all about how many miles you put into it. But yeah. You gonna talk about the Puerto Rico thing? Oh yeah. The core plan is gone. I don't have any inside scoop. They are tight-lipped even with the show hosts, which usually know before other people know. Usually we're in the know about certain things. Ooh, maybe an NQ short from DD Band. Let's keep it small. Getting a better entry on that one. Yellow line, maybe in here. I'll do like maybe a 4 contract short from here at the most. Play it a little bit. Let's see if we can get. So normally, like, the show hosts, once the business decision has been made, the show hosts are the first people to, like, be told. That way they can announce it on the show. So what I do know from behind the scenes, I can tell you exactly the conversation they had. People have asked, is it permanent or temporary? And the answer from corporate is, we are reestablishing the lineup, so temporary for now. That's the answer to the core. But they were so tight-lipped about this that we didn't know. Like, I didn't know. And even, like, the show hosts get told what to say. But also, there's a group chat that I have with, like, with the owners of the company. And usually, in that group chat, they'll kind of toss me some info, like, hey, you know, this is a business thing. This is what we're doing. And sometimes there are sometimes I may know something before some of the show hosts might know something. Just because they're like, you know, they wanted to discuss, like, hey, we want your opinion. You got a big community. You know, what do you think about this if we do that sort of thing before it's official? So sometimes I may know something before it's official. But in this capacity, dude, I was told nothing, and the hosts don't know anything, and I don't know anything. When I asked about it, they were silent even to me. So whatever the business plan is, it is under lock and key. They're being very tight about whatever it is. So I speculate that when this happens, they're coming out with a new plan that is so secret, they don't want anybody to know about it because they're so cutthroat in the prop space. The competition is just so tight between everybody. It's like they're not even gonna let it have a potential to be leaked at all. So that's what's happened with my fund core. They're gone for now, but it's temporary. Reestablishing the lineup. So I don't know what the actual finality is going to be of that, but as much as I know, I'll let you guys know. But I promise it's not like I know something and I'm sworn to secrecy. I'm absolutely in the dark myself. Honestly, I'm gonna tell you, I would still avoid Top Step, dude. They're having lots of issues. Like, they're all really good. Funded Next is fantastic. Funded Next is a similar model to my funded. The Funded Next Rapid is still hot. Like, it's got payout caps now, but it's still not a big deal. Like, the legacies, you take $6,000 payout caps. Not big. It's just very similar to all what else is out there. I would avoid Top Step because of the issues they have with the platform. And I would stick to something more along the lines of something a little more reliable for now. Top Step's having a lot of technical issues. But for the same sort of flavor of accounts, you got a lot of options to choose, especially in our partners, a lot of good options to choose. I heard about funding ticks. Yeah, that they basically, but at least they folded the right way by offering everybody refunds and not rug pulling, which is kind of nice. They just decided to cancel operations in the future space, partly because it's such a saturated market. And I knew that when like the big firms entered the picture, because it's so saturated and hard to break in, they all had to go with like loss leader campaigns. Funded X did the same thing. And then they all sort of like backed down of these really awesome, too good to be true plans to kind of come with like a more normalized plan. And Funded X is surviving and thriving, but Funding Ticks just decided to cease competition in that space. And I think a lot of that has to do with the luck as well. I'll tell you, the reason firms, lose money or go under is not because of bad management most of the time. It's because of bad luck. You could just be in a place where everyone's trading gold and gold goes through the roof for months and your firm just gets hemorrhaged because of that luckiness, right? If I were to launch a firm and establish a base, if I start a prop firm, you have to be careful because, the type of the market can be a big deal. Imagine the most volatile, like you start a prop firm in like March of last year when market's crashing. Half your client base loses everything. Say you're not a trailing drawdown, so you're just like an end of the day drawdown. Half your client base blows everything up in a single minute, right? They all cost $100, so you got all these blow-ups. The other half made $10,000 each because they were short on the other side of the coin. So it's like that kind of weird dynamic of what I feel like, and I don't know this, but I feel like if you could have traded silver and gold and funding ticks, that could be a very big contributor to why they decided to pull the plug. Because it probably just got to the point that they lost too much money because of that, because the market's just flying through the roof. A lot of the dynamic of that decision as a business is that you're in the right place at the right time. Nice, stable, clean market that isn't going anywhere. And a lot of these prop firms that are thriving now started after COVID or around COVID. At the time when the market was just slowly bullish on the way up. Not big runs, just slow and little and steady. And you're going to make a fortune in steady markets. But when they're volatile or market flies through the roof, you'll lose a lot of money. What I know. So is that my funded futures, funded X, and Lucid are top tier. Very, very, very top tier, yeah. So I wouldn't blame funding ticks. People are really nasty about it. It's a business decision. I mean, if I was to add tacos to my burger menu and it didn't work out, I pulled the plug. There might be some people that maybe I wish they had tacos still, but at least they were like fair about it. They were giving people refunds, and they were like, you know, they did it the right way. We're out Fun and Next, to be honest. So I would tell you, Fun and Next so far is not in any. let me give you my point of view. I'm watching it like a hawk. I know some people have pulled out of Fund and Next because they're afraid of that happening. But Fund and Next just re-upped my contract for 6 months, which is the biggest length of a contract I've ever had with them. So if that helps understand the health of the company, they're paying me for 6 months whether they go under or not. So whatever the case may be, that should be a testament to somewhat of it being healthy. They still charging a processing fee? Yeah, I think they still do, yeah. Yeah, when YouTube runs ads during the stream? I think it runs ads every time the stream cuts out and cuts back in. You're like starting the stream from scratch. It doesn't, I don't have it set to run ads midstream. So I think what's happening is the internet keeps cutting out. So, did it just do one just now? The internet just blipped just now. That's what happened. Like the internet froze for a minute. Yeah. Somebody. That's exactly the case. Yeah, Fund and Next was holding out, giving out the giveaway accounts until I signed my contract, and I did it yesterday. They sent it to me last week, and I filled it out and signed it, but I forgot to put some information in there, so I had to kick it back to me. I had to sign it again. So now it released the accounts. We negotiated for different conditions and stuff. Texas internet. Yeah, internet's been wonky today. Oh shit, we gotta do giveaway, you guys. I'm so sorry. Forgot all about this. Yeah, like I said, I'm just playing with this right now. DD band. Like, I have zero belief in a short, to be honest. Like, I don't even. Like, I'm just like, maybe this is an area to maybe short. Like, I don't really believe in it. I put 2 contracts on. I know at 22,000. Like, I'm not at all eager to lose any money or really even trade this. I'm just doing something because there's something to do. Let's start off at the top. ETF, as we always do. Obligatory ETF, baby. Type it in. We'll do a little giveaway there. But in all honesty, though, at least for here, we're going to take the prop space. We're going to teach about the prop space when it comes to having, a high IQ discussion about it. We're not going to romanticize it and romanticize the guru payouts and stuff and just think of it as like a $1 million money machine for everybody. We talk about the realities of it, the reality of what to expect, the reality of what you're in for. We give you the most real, even though I could sit there and play the guru trumpet and copy trade 20 accounts with Apex and just post my payouts and don't post anything else, and then lead millions of sheep to the slaughter is what everyone does out there. Teaching people the reality of this is always a detriment to what a salesperson would earn as income. I have no financial incentive to tell you the realities of this industry. I lose money by teaching the realities of this, and so does everyone else, and that's why we attract a few haters. That's in everyone's profits. Some of my advocating has cost a few of these influencers their own affiliate codes, because I've advocated for transparency and I've advocated for compliance. And some people were grossly out of compliant. They got canned after I taught the prop firms what can happen if they remain out of compliance. And the prop firms were like, shit, we better, increase our standards here. And so anyways, people like you deserve to know how the space really works. I teach you how to spread your risk out so you can beat the firm a little bit easier than copy trading. Copy trading, you blow up more and I make more, but I wouldn't teach you to do that. It's in my best interest to see you guys succeed. I see you guys walk into this industry smart and educated and understanding how things really work. Y'all are too smart. I couldn't fool you if I wanted to. Like, oh, you guys, this firm is great. Oh, copy trade. Y'all are the smart people. Y'all see bullshit so quick. I would see through it. But there's a lot of like, hey, bro, come on, stop rocking the boat. Why are you telling people this stuff? Come on, man, we can all just bank and make money. And I'm like, ain't your bro. I'm a shepherd for this herd of sharks. Copy trading is bad. It's not bad. It just lowers your chances of success. There's a whole speech I give on why that is. I don't have time for it to do it now. Copy trading is good. It requires you to be extremely accurate on your pivot though. You have to get the pivot exactly right or else all of your risk is piled into one trade. Just like if as an investor, for example, so you're just gonna buy a stock. You have $1 million and you're just gonna buy a stock. You just buy it all right now. Well, you're either right or you're wrong. You're gonna make money or lose money. But if you had $1 million and you put 100,000 into the stock and you waited, if the stock goes up, you still wait. You're making money. Stock goes up, you're making money. Stock goes down, you buy some more. Stock goes down, you buy some more. Stock goes down, you buy some more. Your 401k works on this principle. Dollar cost averaging. Splitting up your risk means that over time, over long periods of time, your odds of success go up because you're now capitalizing on multiple pathways of being profitable. Either A, you buy and it goes up and you make money, or C, you buy and it goes down and you lose money. Well, it's 50-50 there. In other cases, you buy and it goes up, you make money, and then you buy and it goes down and you lose, but you still have money left over. You average in and average in and average in. If you, as long as you're still employed as the markets are crashing, you're donating to your 401k fund every single week and you're buying it at cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. Over long periods of time, it is 100% guarantee in 1,000 years, actually your lifetime, in 100 years, the stock market will be priced higher than it is priced today due to inflation, 2% a year. So because of that, on the long-term effect, dollar cost averaging is the most effective strategy for an investor. It also is a very effective strategy for a day trader. When the cost of loss is small, when the prop firms, your fails are very small, it's much better to take smaller stabs, split up at different places so you can afford to be less accurate, such that over time, some of your position wins and some of your position loses, but the win far outweighs the loss. It costs $20 to fail an Apex account, and you can make $5,000 payout when you win. You can lose, 100 times or 250. What is it? It said 10, 20, say $20. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's 250 times to break even. What I'm saying is, the understanding of the hypothetical is that if you split your risk up, you're increasing your odds of success in one of them, but the reward to risk, your ROI is so massive in the prop space. Your return is sometimes 10 to 20x. So if your return is 20x, you can lose 19 and win 1 and still break even. With that mentality, you should split up your risk at least into a couple of chops every time. Activation fee for Apex is 120. But only when you pass, right? You only pay that when you pass. All right, we spin the wheel. Point is copy trading's not bad. It's just if you are to copy trade, you have 20 accounts. A healthy blend is better. 5 groups of 4 rather than 1 entry of 20. Splitting up your risk, like I said, and I guess you guys might understand it. But remember, I'm the mathlete here. All right, this was the first song somebody ever submitted. The songwriting contest. This is the first song somebody ever made. All right, spin the wheel for ATF to hang out with our partners. Like I said, if you guys use Rocket Scooter Code with all your prop space, we have this nice little give back that we do. If you spend $1,000 using our code, I don't want the short anymore. If you use $1,000 using our code in any given month, we do a giveaway for Lifetime Rocket Scooter, which is full access to the platform, training, everything. It's like $4,000. A prize for people that have spent $1,000 that month, whether you've blown up a lot or have had a crazy month. That prize is there for you to be able to kind of like, you know, maybe you're down on your luck, well, to get free education for life. So with our partners, right now ETF is offering 70% off of their static, which is the best account they have. Static's really the easiest account to pass when it comes to static versus trailing versus end of the day drawdown. It's actually usually a little bit more expensive, but with 70% off, there's a little bit of value there. They're the easier path to pay out for any prop firm. You can get a good static on the cheap. The drawdown doesn't move with you. You have a buffer from the start, which is kind of nice. I still think it's going down today. Like, I don't know, man. As much as I keep wanting to short off the upper DD band, I'm not. I tried it and I just pulled the plug. All right. All right. Wait, that person, last winner, ID 610. Okay. All right. One more. Hold on. Flooded X, baby. Next one. Your first time winning in like 52 years? Hell yeah, baby. Let's go. Congrats. All right. Flooded X, that's the next one. Yeah, like I said, I just don't, like I said, I don't feel the downside, man. And I kind of like, I know I'm missing out on some good upside potential, but I think that like after a day like this resets the market's direction. And I feel like I'm going to get like, I feel like I'm going to get a better insight into how things are going to play on earnings. That's just me, though. This was the oldest song that somebody ever submitted to the songwriting competition. That's old school. All right, type it fun next to you guys. I made a playlist of like every song. I will roll the dice in a minute for Fun to Next. Fun to Next Rapid is really good. It's 4 days to pay out. When they did pass, 3 days to trade. It is one of the fan favorites here. You guys trade that pretty much just as much as anything else these days. Even after the rule, the caps came in, y'all still trade. Y'all still mostly stick with it. It's a really good. It's one of the best plans out there for like quick payouts, turnarounds. They're gonna give away some of these. So this giveaway is sponsored by Fun to Next. They're rapid. They have rapid legacy, 2 different kinds of accounts. They're really nice. There's only consistency and it's 40%. There's no DLL once funded. And then Legacy has no consistency once funded. I think I hit 26K today. It's very possible. I think so, yeah. It's not just a gamble, it's a calculated art. All right, I'm gonna spin the wheel, guys. With every click in order, give away like, I don't know, 5 of these things. How about that? Let's do 5 today. I feel like I love y'all today. We'll do 5 free accounts. Austin.
When the training day is long, stream on, stream on, stream on, stream on. Matt's got the power to make his profit.
Congrats, buddy. All right, a couple more.
Stream on, rocket scooter, leading them home. Oh, stream on, Matt, stream on.
Daniel Baker. Bro, when I first glanced at this, I almost said Nickelback because I'm staring at this like like if you were to like just zoom in on this part, Nickelback. I was like D4 Nickelback. I was almost gonna say that. Congratulations, D4 Nickelback. Quality band. Daniel Baker, type something in chat. Neil Baker. There he is, congrats. What giveaway song is this?
Yeah, yeah, hey, hey, rocket scooter fade, hey, woo. Oh, let's get ready for the giveaway. Yeah, it's time to celebrate, don't delay.
Bro, I didn't even like comb my hair today. I didn't realize my part's all crooked. I literally like, dude, I was so, like I slept in most of Saturday and then I did nothing but just like, I went out and wrapped the plants and prepared for the freeze. Checked up on my mom and dad. Did nothing, man. I like literally sat here and played Arc Raiders and just vegged out. Can't tag again? What's going on? Oh, that's weird. I don't know.
Big vibes, big wins. It's so from the stream every day we spread love, no need to doubt. Subs up, the chat goes wide. Next up, free prop account.
Knucklehead. I like your name. That's hilarious.
One lucky winner, maybe it's you. Check that tag, yo, that's your cue. Yeah. Let's get ready for
You just binge a bunch of shows to take it easy with the cold temps. You watch anything good? What'd you watch that was good? I finally watched Parasite. I never saw that movie before. It's actually really good. But I was more like going down the rabbit hole of like what made that movie so good about the filmmaker's style and editing and stuff. It certainly gets better after you watch the movie and you dive into the rabbit hole of all the themes. It's pretty cool. Wait, there's a new Ben Affleck and Matt Damon movie? Really? Well, the last one they did together was what, the Air Jordan one, right?
Big vibes, big wins, it's so fun.
Let's see. What is the last one they did? The Rip? They tend to do some really good movies together. Let's see. The J. Bob's. Oh my God, Dogma. I haven't seen that in a while. Dogma was so good. You remember that movie? I haven't seen that in a hot minute. I'll have to check it out. The Rip. What is it about? Action thriller film. They look like cops. Wait, you can get Dogma for on 4K now on Amazon? Oh, heck yeah. You only win when it's picked by ChatGPT. Relay? Okay, I'll watch Relay. Ivan Mendez, Texas.
That is the greatest
Oh my god, this song is on.
trader on YouTube.
Can I try again?
So good he created a platform for you.
Ivan, what's up, man? Congrats, congrats. How many is that?
Rocket School
4? Okay, one more.
is the platform with all the best indicators.
So 850, we'll do some Apex accounts later. I gave away 2 extra just to be nice. Afternoon stream after I do my fun at TV, come back. We'll have enough for the Apex. Hit that thumbs up button, baby.
He's a day trader. His name is Matt. You should download Rocket Scooter now. Rocket Scooter. Download it now. Rocket Scooter. Download it now.
All right, by logic, congratulations. 5 of you guys. All right, winners plus ID. Y'all know the drill here. Pause that for now. The giveaway is now temporarily over, but we'll continue this later. If we get up to 850 likes, we'll toss out like 5 Apex accounts to go with it. If y'all get it now, if y'all get it later, I'll do 3. The way you claim the prize, you go to my Discord and you go into the description of this video to get that link. You can go to the contest channel, talk to an admin named Slacks, send him a screenshot of your YouTube ID. Have an account with these firms already, ETF or with Funded Next. They'll give you instructions on how to claim your prize. Hello, DD. Can I try one more time? All right, I'll try one more time with a 3, with a maybe a 4. Again, DD ban, yellow line reject, maybe. I don't have any evidence of like where it can go though. A little hesitant to do this. The goal is just, can we close below here? I don't know. S&P is looking so solid up to the upside here.
Rocket Scooter now.
Rocket scooter now. Very nice. Give us Lucid Black. All right. Let me get some more information. We got 40% off. We can get, I don't know if our giveaways count for Lucid Blacks. We get 40% off of the Lucid here. Internet's kind of glitching again right now. If I lose you guys, let me know. A lot of volume in the dawn for lunchtime. Yeah, man, like I don't even have any evidence that there's going to be a move off, to be honest. I know I keep thinking there could be some kind of play, but man, it doesn't feel like it. This is like straight up short squeeze. A scalp would be fantastic. You know, I'll put 40 on this. 40 to 40, 1 to 1 on 940 on that, actually 950. Just to get maybe a play to there. That'd be an exit. All right. Got my fun to TV in like 10 minutes, so I'll have to head over there in a little bit. Gotta hire the new employees. Get. Yeah. I gotta go to my phone and TV in a second. I'm writing an email to legal team real quick. Right. All right, guys, I got to run. Love y'all. Thanks for tuning in. It's been a pleasure. Tuning in for my fun at TV. So I can't run this account a little higher. The DTF accounts will have static drawdown. Oh, that's fantastic. That's really nice, actually. Damn. It's really, really nice. Okay. All right. We'll see you guys later. I'm going to be on my phone at TV in a little bit. Thanks for tuning in. I love y'all. Got to run. Mods, if you don't mind clicking that link for me. Thank you, Farina. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dave, and I caught the dip again. I thought it was the low. It was just another wick. Saw it on the 5-minute heart, skipped a beat, formed a little hammer, looked kinda neat. No confirmation, no real bias, but I hit long. Now I'm red in the face. Summer was thin, tape was slow, but something inside said, bro, just go. 20 handles later, it dumped on me. Should have waited for the MHP.
Six-figure P&L.
Now I'm just a meme on trading
Screen.
Said I'd wait for structure, said I'd be wise, but that wick, it was
whisper
lies.
lies.
Twitter told me by the legit. I even saw
Dave's not here, man.
He's
not. Not today.
Then came the liquidation ping. Stabbed again by the market's blade, another low, another fade. Support is fake, my will is thin, but this next one's gotta win.
All right, now DD Bam. What do y'all think?
Welcome to Knife Catchers Anonymous. Our dreams are bold, our risk preposterous. We fight the flow, ignore the signs, then cry in group when we cross the lines. Charts are red, my soul is too. Accounts in drawdown.
My trade is pretty good.
But we'll be back, we never learn. Catching knives till everything is gone. Hi, I'm Dave, and I caught the dip again.
All right, friends, don't forget that like button. We'll do a little giveaway once we get to the 850 level. Yeah, I'm a little bit skeptical of trading above here as well. I agree. I'm gonna throw apexes at you guys later today. Now it's like where the real possible short pressure can be. Did you guys, anybody here wait and short off of green? Somebody said, my friend of futures new account will be fully intraday DD Apex style account. Yeah, like I'll tell you guys really quickly. Let's just be real, okay? I think we can see pullback to open. Today's the first day I don't feel that. So I don't know. I mean, obviously it's possible. Today's the first day I don't feel like shorting the high is going to produce the big sell-off like it has been. I kind of just like, ever since that first opening bump, I have not wanted to maneuver this too much. I took that one scalp of that, which made sense. But here's what I think, right? Don't think of it like this, okay? Let's be real. Either I work in my funded futures. Let me tell you what I think. This is just what I think. It's not anything canon. It's not anything they said. This is what I think. Again, you know, I work for you guys and I work for them. Let me jump in the middle and tell you what I think happened. The change is usually, you know, discussed, planned. You know? It's usually like, you know, hey, we're going to have something new in a month. Okay, cool. Everyone knows about it. This was an overnight change, it feels like. Something happened to trigger it. And if I were to take a guess, core accounts are already almost too good to be true to begin with on the risk model. They are so good for you guys. Very risky for the firm. I might, again, put my tinfoil hat here. You know how whenever volatility is really high and margin requirements change, your broker stops giving you intraday margin to trade with and things like that? It's a risk limiting step. Is it possible that the gold and silver trade is the reason the core accounts got pulled? Because in this moment, it's too risky. The moves are just so volatile that it produces risk to the firm. Leave it open. Again, I'm just speculating, which is a good thing. A very good thing. You know, health of the firm is always important. Again, I'm just speculating. Or maybe they have some super secret lineup that we don't know about. But I'll tell you, with the abrupt change, I feel like there's a reason. Something happened. Yeah, that's a good guess. That the account is too risky because it's too good to be true. It is too good to be true. It's a really damn good account. When the payouts are capped, that is the one thing. You do have capped payouts, so it's not like super risky. But maybe the gold and silver, because I've seen the gold and silver rally, I could say has a lot to do with the rules changing. Like, or with like funding ticks and all these other firms, the timing of it's just perfect, you know? The pro would be more risky. Technically would be more risky, but it also comes at a higher price point. I know, right? Speculating. There's got to be something that happened, unless they just came out with like an emergency, like, we have this kick-ass idea, we're going to implement it now. And they didn't tell any of us. We don't know, so we're just guessing. They had 90-10 split on the core also. That was another part. Yeah, as Levi said, they're too cheap and they're probably losing too much money. Probably what it is. People aren't failing enough. Especially when it's just like wake up and cheaply long gold or silver. Could be the case. You saw someone in Discord made 100K gold on a prop account? Yeah. Yeah, Wednesday is going to be huge with all the different earnings and FOMC. Yeah. Is Matt bearish right now? No, I'm not. This feels like the one time that I don't want to short the pop of the last 18 times we've done it. I did and I bailed, and so I'm not expecting something like this that we saw overnight. I really am not feeling it, but it could dance through here with some scalps. And I said the best I can hope for is like maybe an 821 pullback just to retrace the move up off of DD band bounce and S&P, which we all saw a second ago, which is finishing that move there. My funded futures just overnight pulled their core account off the table with no warning. Now, if you may ask, is that a sign that the firm is in trouble? Absolutely not. My funded futures have capped payouts. No firm with capped payouts, unless you just have an abysmal risk model, is going to be in trouble. The firms make way too much money with the cap payout. You're not be able to hemorrhage too much. So I don't think that's a sign. Let's explore all avenues. I don't think it's a sign my fund in futures is any kind of trouble or anything. Maybe the core account's just losing the money. Makes sense. So I came out with something better. Or they came out with a more kick-ass idea and then we got it all wrong and then they're coming out with like a better plan. But as far as I can guess, the core account's just disappearing and we're not, as far as I know, the core account is disappearing and we're not going to get a third account. We're going to have 2 accounts. That's it. If I were to guess, and you want to just speculate on what I can guess. I don't know anything, so don't try to read between the lines like I'm hiding information, like I know something. I know as much as y'all do. And when I ask, everyone seems to be tight-lipped about it as well. So one can only guess, since they always prep me. Like, remember when they came out with the new accounts, they gave me documentation to read like a month in advance. Like, this is what's coming out in a month. You know, get ready for it. Okay. No prep, no anything. So I think they just pulled it. I don't think anything else is coming out. Maybe it's just going to be scale and pro going forward, but we'll see. You asked them to upgrade your core account and they said no more. Like, you can't wait. You went live or you went funded and they won't let you go funded with it? Am I bearish in Q right now? I'm not. No, I'm not. Wait, scared money. So they're not letting you take it to funded or what? Let me see if I can read this right. What do you mean by upgrading your core account? Am I bull? Yeah, I'm very bullish, but from here I'm not. Like the trading day to me is over from here. You think end of the day we're gonna go down? I think the last like 18 times we peaked like this, the market sold off by the middle of the day. I think it's possible that we sell off, but I'm kind of thinking it might happen tonight. Oh, they want you to upgrade to rapid plan, just pay the difference. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, with the abrupt change, it just has me curious. That's the thing. Like, I always try to guess, right? The exact, like, what's the real reasoning things are happening. Oh. Ooh, I do have some top secret information about something coming out tomorrow. Okay, my speculations are wrong. Well, my connections just dropped me some info. Hush, hush. Hold on. All right, guys. I was wrong. There's something good coming tomorrow. But I can't say anything about it. All I'm saying is what's coming out is good. Let me play hot and cold game. No, because I can't say this because this was told to us in confidence. I've been warned. Don't even leak this. Like sometimes like they give you the information and like we can strategically leak it just so you guys can hyped about it. This was like, do not leak this. Okay, so I can't play hot or cold. I can't give you guys anything, but I will tell you, whatever's coming out is good. There's nothing's changed for the bad, which is good. It's good to see. All right, let's tease it real quick. But it's good. It's I can't answer your question. Is it a new plan? Is it better than a core account? Is it a change to an existing plan? It's a good announcement. 0 people will look at it and go, I don't like that. Everybody will go, oh, that's cool. No, I know, I can't tell y'all no. This is the one that's like, don't say anything. But I got my sources, and this is an accurate source. This comes straight from the top. So usually they, like I said, they usually prepare us ahead of time. I was curious why they didn't prepare. So no, my speculation was wrong. Maybe not my speculation about core. It probably is just not that good. Like, it's like whenever you bring new stuff on the menu, you try it out. Maybe people like it, maybe they don't. You know, analyze your margins and stuff. It's a general course of doing business. You can't blame. Products are changing, new things come, new things go. It's a highly competitive space, and people are constantly trying to one up each other. So core is leaving the lineup. And maybe something else is coming in its place. Maybe something's changing. Maybe, but whatever it is good. I've already read all the details. I can't even give a hint. This is one of those ones that I can't say anything. They're like when it comes to like the business side of stuff, this is a good change. So leaking anything is always going to be sort of like bad. They can't say something. You said something if you write on the screen. Oh, that's hilarious. Only say this is the end of the day or intraday. It's not intraday. No, they're not adding an Apex style account. I'll tell you that they're not doing that. Spider-Man Tom Holland who accidentally leaks stuff. Yeah. No, they're not they're not throwing out a trailing drawdown. Dude, I got these things left over from like 2 parties ago. Oh, they're like these chocolate covered almonds. They're so good. They're like chocolate almond, like chocolate on top of the almond with chocolate powder on top of the chocolate. Delicious. If I was a cartoon, I would be in Cyberpunk. I'd like to be a Cyberpunk cartoon if I was a cartoon. Wait, this morning, wait, Christopher, wait, Rips was talking about the drag function on Project X. I'm not familiar. What does it do? The reason he started using TopStep again. What are my thoughts on why other platforms don't have this function? I don't know what the drag function does. Can you kind of give me a little information about that? Like in regards to charting, what is that? What does it actually do? Maybe I'm not understanding you right. Oh, for the stop loss and take profit. Oh, you mean you just click it and then drag it on your chart to move it around? Like if I wanted to buy and I wanted to drag it, you mean like that? Like move it around? You can do it. You can do it here on Ninja Trader. I'm not on Tradeovate. Can you not do that on TradingView? For stop loss and take profit? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, Ninja Trader has it. TradingView, I think you can do it too. Bootcamp's gonna start like at the end of February. We need like a month off, yeah. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say is like my thing with Project X is that it's just very like, for me, I like to like split up. See, I like to have like a DOM here. I like to have different DOMs so I can handle all my accounts separately. They don't have the ability for you to have each DOM locked into a separate account, even though you have 5 accounts. Whatever account you switch to the DOM, all the DOMs are with there. So you can't trade 5 accounts separately easily with TopStep. That's the thing I mainly don't like about them. You're forced to like long in one and then go to this bar, click it, switch to another account, long in another. You don't have time to do all that. You need to go like buy like across the board. You can't easily do that. And that's my problem with Project X. I hate that you can't do that. Fumbling between like which account you're trading buys you valuable seconds. You can miss out on a move. Like you go up to DD band, you're like, I want to shorten all 4 of my accounts, but not at the same place. Hit DD band, shorten one, it pops over, shorten another, bounces around, pops over, shorten another. You have a hard time managing it that way. Individually trade your accounts. Other than that, I mean, Project X, I never really had any other issues with the platform. That's a good feature. Oh, so when you drag it, it shows your estimated P&L. That's kind of cool too. Yeah, like Project X really encourages copy trading. And as I teach you guys, as y'all learn the prop industry from me, anything the prop industry tells you you should do or you shouldn't do, is because it works. Anything the prop firms encourage you to do, it's because it makes money for them. This is your rules of props. Again, let me repeat. This is the golden rule of props. Number 1, there's a rule against something. It's because it works. It works very well. If they say you can't do it, it works. Okay. Number 2, if they encourage something. They encourage anything because it makes them money. Makes them money. Yeah, Project X is designed to encourage copy trading. If you pile your risk all together, the probability of failure goes up. Splitting up your risk, as I've proven many times over, is a cheaper path to payout. Higher probability chance you get a payout. And so, yeah, quick rule of thumb. Why didn't they make the platform to be able to allow you to split it up? Because they want to encourage you to buy 5 accounts at once and trade them together and blow them all up at the same time. It's the general course of doing business in a prop firm. Yeah, like how prop firms don't like the DCA. Yeah, you can like $10 martingale yourself to $1 million payout. Which firms allow dollar cost averaging? Most of them do now. They like that rule isn't really a thing anymore with most of the firms. I don't know if TopStep allows silver micros. I haven't really. Yeah, just like everything else in life, right? I haven't really traded TopStep since I kind of started like boycotting them many months back. My opinion about prop firm hedging. What do you mean? Like between between two different prop firms? Back to the golden rules. If it's not allowed or it's discouraged, it's because it works. Like prop firm hedging just speeds up your chance or speeds up the time spent to pass. If again you're not caught and you just do it, one firm has a $3,000 profit target and one firm has a $3,000 profit target. You long and short the same amount. One of those profit targets are going to hit and the other ones are going to fail. It's guaranteed winning. Remember, your ROI in many prop accounts is sometimes 10 or 20 to 1 or better. All those arbitrage techniques, so many people use them, even though it's not, if you get caught, they can ban you or kick you out, but a lot of people use them. On the eval side, especially. Most firms don't allow you to do it inside the firm. Like take profit, for example. If you long in one, short in another, they'll deactivate your accounts. You have to start over. Like funded next, when you're funded, if you long in one, short in the other, they'll deny part of your payout. So, but if you're longing and funded next and shorting and take profit, technically speaking, you shouldn't be able to do that, but it's kind of one of those things that, you know, not supposed to, but most people understand. It's not like it's illegal to do that. You are technically generating a wash sale, but you're not really trading, like you're violating any financial laws. Problem just becomes if you do that, you know, you're taking advantage again of the same system that props are trying to prevent you from being able to do that inside the house. So people have figured, oh, let's go down the street and do it over there. A lot of people do that. A lot of your streamers and influencers do that stuff too. Zero firms let you hedge because hedging is a very effective technique that works very quickly. Imagine if you have like, you know, 20 take profit accounts and you're trying to like pass them all. You can't just go long in 10 and short in 10. They're gonna violate they're gonna breach all your accounts. So you have to still pick a side, which still gives you a 50% chance of being wrong. You pick the long side, you could be wrong. You'll get the opportunity to pick the short side. The only reason that this is something that people figured out is because the downside loss, the cost, is so cheap and the upside return is so big that the goal is to pass as quickly as possible despite the expense because the ROI is so big. And that's why they say prop firm arbitrage was a problem that Michael Paddock was trying to solve by putting everybody under the TopStep umbrella and then creating that regulatory organization that props would report to each other so they can stop that kind of hedging behavior. And the reason they'd want to stop that kind of behavior because it's very damaging to the prop firm. It has very high probability of success for a trader. So, as a person that works with a prop firm, I obviously can't advocate that kind of behavior. But again, as a person that works for you guys, I gotta tell you, it still falls under the two golden rules of trading. If you can't do it, it's because it works, right? Yeah. As Tyler said, you're paying double for a guaranteed pass. That's 100% correct. There's zero chance of failure. Well, unless you're in trailing drawdown account. You can't really arbitrage trailing drawdown account because if your target is there and your target is there and you're in the middle, if you trade too high, you can blow up both of them where your targets are hit because of the trailing. But end of the day or static drawdowns, you're basically just paying double for a guaranteed chance of winning. Yeah. Drawdown is lower than the profit target though, so it's not 1-to-1. Right? In that sense, it's not 1-to-1. And another way you can fail is right, and that's another way that it kind of combats that. If this is a 0 point and this is pass, this is fail and you've shorted, or this is pass on both sides, you short and long. And that exploring, again, I'm not advocating this, just exploring the technique because y'all are asking about it. On the long side, this is your profit target, but this is your drawdown. On the short side, this is your profit target and this is your drawdown. The market can still do this and bust both of your accounts in any kind, a static, a trailing, anything. Also, because your profit target is much bigger than your, drawdown. So the way to combat that is you make your position small enough such that if it rallies for the day, where it does end up is likely to pass you. When it sells off for the day, where it does end up is likely to pass you. And that if it chops around, you're likely to take minimal loss. So basically, people that do that will just long or short, like with a contract, and just let it sit for the day. You have a 4,000 profit target, they'll just buy one, short one, and then just come back when the market's closed. You're not going to bust either one of the accounts probably, and one of them will just inch forward to victory. If you bet too high, you have the probability that you squeeze out of both of them. Well, if you open max contracts, that becomes a problem if it chops around. You can blow up both. All right, there's a balance. The bigger you go, the more likelihood it is that a sudden move passes at least one of them. But you also... Yeah, I mean, both, you like, I guess I don't really do it, so I don't really explore that side of it. But I guess if you go really big, the problem is once one of them reaches profit target, your drawdown is smaller than your profit target in most cases. So, you could still blow up both without reaching profit target if it chops between them. Like if it dips to blow up one, then it rallies to blow up the other. If you go too big, that happens more often. When you go too big, choppy will blow up both of them. In a training day like now, people would say, oh, I'd like to short at the DD band. Okay, we'll short DD band, but also people would long at the DD band. Which way does it go? And then they play both sides. But anyways, not advocating for that. We're just exploring. People are asking what that was. Can you hedge? The answer is the prop firms don't. They kind of shrug off on it. I mean, don't shrug off on it. They police it really heavily. So don't you shrug off on it. Don't be like, you know, it comes to those things that you have to tell yourself, you know, it's up to you to decide how you trade these things. I can't give you advice. I can just tell you the boundaries. What happens if you get caught? I could ban you. Take you out of that firm. Don't let you trade anymore. That's it. You won't go to jail or anything. And those almonds are so good. Are many prop firms owned by one company? The props just market their own entity. The prop firms aren't owned by one company. They're all owned by individual companies. But the API, for the most part, kind of all is handled by the same company, like Ninja Trader, sorry. It's like the API that most of these prop firms work under. So they're like under the same like machine that runs everything, but they're not owned by Ninja, no. The other line is called margin buffer limit. Margin buffer limit is just a high volume pivot that resists a longer term move. This has been here forever, and there's a whole class that I teach on what it is and how it works. Percent D chances end of the day is 4% of days close on the upside, 88% close in the middle, and 8% close below the downside target. Somebody says, what is the risk of getting caught? Again, like I can't advocate for it. Not to tell you. Ask me different questions. Do prop firms talk to each other and share customer data? No, they don't. If you go on social media and you brag about doing it, will you get banned in both places? Probably so. That should answer your question. Argument chance it ends below DVD, yeah. Below DD. Higher probable chance it closes below, but I don't like to bet against it when the ratio is greater than half. The reason we have that no shorting rule when the ratio is greater than half is exactly what you're seeing today. While you can short from it every single time because of the 96% chance it closes below, the fact is the market's very bullish. My short was very short-lived. I didn't short for a sell-off. I shorted there and closed out, remember? If this was like less than half and I got that pop, I would short it for a bigger fall. But because the market's so bullish, we don't fight bull markets, and you can see it's still hugging the line. Even though it might close below, it's still not falling, right? Yeah, like that's what people say. Yeah, and again, like I said, you know, it's looked down upon. Like if your favorite prop influencer, that's how they were passing, right? And getting payouts. Like, we spent all this money here, spent all this money here. It's the same thing as longing in one, shorting in another, and then just showing the winning trade and hiding the loser. People get in trouble for doing that. So, you know, a lot of the people out there, just be careful, you know. You magically show up with all these past accounts and you didn't even know they were trading them, and it's like, I thought you were trading take profit yesterday. How come right now you're funded in a bunch of my funded futures accounts? We didn't even know you're trading those. Well, they were your hedge on the side that actually passed. Now you're trading them the next day. There's signs you can catch people doing it pretty easily. Usually it's when they pull a random account into the mix that you didn't think they were trading. Oh, sorry guys. Yeah, I had these funded accounts. I forgot to mention them. Yeah, it's bullshit. They were your hedge that took off. What's my thought on traders launch? I haven't looked into that yet. If both firms are through Tradeovate, can't they see? Well, yeah, but the thing is that Tradeovate is not sharing that kind of data. Partner firms. Like, Tradeovate, like Ninja operates as like a neutral place. Now, again, there's been talks that, you know, the firms kind of would like something like that. As of right now, there's nothing like that. I'm sure down the road there will be a system in place that disallows people to do that, because regulation from the industry is starting to treat prop trading like real trading and shit like that to fool the market. You can't long somewhere and short somewhere else, and, you know, not provide real risk incentive to trade. Not provide real risk on your trades. Just to spoof the market, like you want to apply like 10,000 contracts to gold on the bid to show that you're an active buyer, and then you are, you know, shorting gold somewhere else to like wash that risk away. You know, manipulating markets on in the prop space, you're not manipulating any market, but they're starting to consider like, well, these rules need to apply there too, because, you know, you are cheating other traders and see how it, like, it's, you know, I mean, or you're cheating as other. It's like traders would do. So it's kind of like rumored that, you know, there will at some point in the future be some kind of like cross firm, like black book or something that kind of like knows if you're doing that without actually sharing data. Like, but again, there's nothing in place now that I know of. Whatever he said is a firm takes you straight to live after you pass. Oh, that's pretty cool. Sounds a lot like a futures desk. I like that. I like those kind of models. I'll have to look at it. People are hedging their position on poly market. Wait, like they're longing the market and then betting on poly market at high odds once their trade goes away. Like put a $1,000 bet on the market and a nice solid bull run, and then go to poly market and bet on a fraction of that to hedge. It goes the other way. What is your spread? What are your odds on poly market? That's the real question. The odds got to be really small because market go up, market go down is a coin flip. Now you get better hedging doing options. Yeah, I'm assuming like you trading options, you have a strategy and option to hedge, not legal. Well, the thing is, in hedging an option, when you're buying an option, you're taking long risk. When you're buying a stock, if you buy a stock and you buy a put, you're taking long risk in two places. You're long the put and you're long the stock. That's different if you're longing the thing and you have a fake short order there when you don't want to short the thing. Buying a put is different than shorting. You see it as like a different. Buying a put is different than washing the sale, washing the long. Because you're actually taking no risk. But when you buy a put and buy the underlying, you're taking risk in two places. Even though there's a hedging mentality, a hedging aspect to it, not a guaranteed victory. A wash sale is a guaranteed victory, or a guaranteed wash. So options can still lose, and the underlying could go nowhere. And your puts just decay to zero. While it is effective as a hedge, that's kind of why it's not considered like problematic. But you're 100% right. It's kind of that same mentality. But when it comes to the prop space, that that they call it the hedging, but they definitely like don't allow it. Why don't you use options to hedge? That's the answer to your question. Why you wouldn't? Because options also have risk of failure. It's not a guaranteed win because the options have the Greeks. What does payout cap mean? If you have 5K, you can only withdraw 1K per. So payout cap, scared money, is basically says when you can request your payout at whatever interval it is. So a firm might say request a payout every 5 days. And payout cap is how much you can take out. Here's an example. If a firm says you can take out 5,000 every 5 days. And you went 5 days and you made 20,000. Then you can take out 5 of that 20 and you got 15 left to trade. 5 days later, you can take 5 out. 5 days later, take 5 out. It throttles how much you can withdraw no matter how much you made. By expecting a decent drop from DD band, I'm not expecting any drop from DD band. That's why I'm not shorting it. And somebody said, who makes more money, you or Pat? I'll tell you something. I would say that of the traders and people that you watch on YouTube, in the category of Pat, Brian, Rips, and myself, all do very well in life. Who makes the most amount of money? I would probably say, depends on what you're gauging. It's kind of hard to say who makes the most money when all 4 of those folks I mentioned make fortune. I would say, depending on different things, who makes the most from their YouTube channel would be Pat, 100%. He gets 4 times the daily active viewer base than we do. His stream gets twice as many views as we do. So clearly his YouTube presence, affiliate makes he probably makes more than the 3 of us put together, I would say, when it comes to that stuff. On the YouTube sense of things, yeah. You see how big, because your income from streaming and from affiliate is just linear with the amount of views you have. So I would say of like Rips, Brian, and myself, the people that are like, bring the big audience. Like my stream is bigger than Rips, is slightly bigger than Brian. We're all kind of in the same range though. I'm sure Pat makes triple what I make for all of that. I mean, he's so big, I mean, he just hit a million subs. Crazy. Trading, dude. As far as trading goes, I don't know. I watched all 3 of those guys pull some really awesome stats at different times of their careers. Pat had a killer 2025 at the beginning. He's crushing with Tradeify. Rips pulled 2 million profit last quarter. Brian's made like 4 million last year. I think 4 million, something like that. These guys are all banking in their own right when it comes to like trading and stuff. Wait out BDH. Wait, what do you know about the BDH? You think, yes, you said, oh, you're asking, is there a way that he's making $1 million a month? Yeah, it's again, let me just tell you what I know. I know that's a fact that he's making $1 million a month. And you know why? Because I know how much I make. For everything I'm doing. At his size, his endorsement deals, I can only assume are twice as big as mine. So when you extrapolate, yes, he's making well over $1 million a month. And I don't even know his numbers. But yeah. If y'all are like, people just throw those numbers around like it's like nothing, is very much like, or that you say people like it's like a myth, like how much do affiliates and streamers make with all the deals and partnerships. At Pat's level, you're probably making about 2 million a month. At least 1 to 2, but I think that's the range, yeah. Good option, vertical spread, diagonal spread, calendar spread, ratio spread. What do you buy long? You also buy, but yeah, 100%. But the difference is like in the actual options world, you know, you're actually taking actual risk, right? In the prop world, you're not even taking any real risk. It'd be kind of cool if there was a way to hedge in the prop space there, right? But I mean, you could, technically speaking, like here's a trick, right? If you were to go in and if I were to go in and short 10 contracts in this real account right here, and then go long a bunch of prop accounts, I'm not doing prop firm arbitrage. So like, you know, or prop firm hedging, sorry. You know, like if I take some drawdown in my regular account, I just pass on my prop accounts. Or you can be long in all your prop accounts and go buy some puts. Like you can do actually like real effective hedging by using your real money stuff to hedge your prop activity. There's nothing wrong with that. So you're going to pass your 20 Apex accounts. You want to long them all day long and then go buy puts in case you blow them up. Say that an example is you spent $20 per account and you bought 10 of those things or 20 of those things. You spent $400 on a bunch of accounts. You're going to long all 400 of them. Well, you want to hedge $400 worth of risk. Those accounts blow up, you wasted the $400. You want something that if those accounts blow up, pays you out 400 bucks. You can buy an equivalent amount of puts that hedge to the downside and cover the cost if you were wrong in your option, if you're wrong on your props. Some people do that. Hey, Claris, I'll check him out, dude. I appreciate the recommendation. I'll have to go check him out. Somebody said, he already has a website as well that most likely gives him credit. Are you talking about Pat? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the aggregate website is a really common thing by a lot of people that have a lot of affiliate codes. Because it's just easier to manage like where all your deals are and stuff in one place. I mean, we're making something similar, but not like an aggregate site. We're making the scoring site. And that's mostly to serve as a shopping tool for you guys. More than anything. Yeah, you can't hedge in props. But you can, if you're trading in your prop, you can go hedge with your real money account easily. There's no rule against that because they can't tell you can't trade your real personal account the way you want to do it. Yeah. Yeah, some people do that. Yeah, I'm kind of bored for the rest of the state. I'm not really sure we're gonna get any exciting action, but you guys, we can do a giveaway for y'all in a little bit. 6 more likes on the stream, I'll do a giveaway. Let me... Right back. Oh, my bad. My bad. Sorry, I was muted. My internet went down for a minute there. I noticed it kicked me out of the platform, and my platform was like disconnected and everything. The internet just like has been so horrible lately. Like at least 2 or 3 times a day, it seems to just cut out for a hot minute. I don't know if it's the Wi-Fi or if it's the actual connection itself, but it's a little unstable. Hopefully tomorrow we pass the 300K mark on a road to $1 million. Man, what a day today. All right, guys, we're gonna spin the wheel of some Apex accounts. Let's roll it. This will be Apex account of any size. You guys want to check it out. Apex is currently running a 50% off eval sale with 50% off lifetime recurring once you pass. It's kind of a good deal to have that recurring discount. I'll give you guys 5 accounts because y'all have been so awesome and spectacular today. What? This feels like it's broken. Like it's like wobbling. I'll have to take this apart after the stream. All right, John, congratulations. Congrats, man. Dayway profit. Hey, wait. That's in the chat. Hey, John, I saw your friend request. Talk to Slacks and chat. That's where you're gonna get your you're gonna go to the Discord channel and then go to the contest channel in our Discord, and then talk to Slacks. He'll hook you up with the accounts. Congrats, Anuj. You're still rallying upper levels. Like I said, I haven't done anything except for that one little short scalp there. That's it. That part was easy to see, but I'm just basically, it took that long out the door and I'm not doing anything else. But man, what an awesome opportunity today. By the way, the DTF experience with Elite Trader funding is now static drawdown on direct to funded. This is an industry first, by the way. If you guys like direct to fundeds, the fact that ETF went static with theirs is nuts. That's pretty crazy. You really don't see that. The statics are very easy to pass, so they must be expensive, but I'm sure they're. Let me go look. Oh, they updated their website a little bit too. Okay. Actually, not that bad with our discount. So currently there's 20% off with code Rocket Scooter. Their direct to funded that they just launched, 20% off, and it's $800. So that puts it roughly for the 100K like 600 and something bucks, which is ballpark for a static what I'd expect it to be. Remember, Tradeifys are roughly like 500 bucks for end of the day drawdown. So static is like so much easier. You're gonna pay for it though. You're trading futures desk and funded next. You're gonna like it. Oh, okay, yeah, cool. The bot didn't pick him up. Did he type? Good board. Okay, I saw it. What's up, dude? All right, I got you. Slack's got it. Okay. Slacks is the man. I don't know when they're going to announce the MyFunded Futures plans tomorrow. Oh, 10 a.m. Okay. So 30 minutes after market opens, I'll let you guys know what the FC, what's up, man? I'll let you know 30 minutes after the market opens what the MyFunded Futures plan is. That's 5. John, Tewe, Anuj, Vigabor, and FC Mike, congratulations. You are now the recipients of any size account Apex that you'd like. Enjoy. Go to my Discord, link in description below the video. Sub to the channel, don't forget. Like the stream, of course. Be here tomorrow. We do giveaways every single day. That's how you lost your account with ETF. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I didn't know that they did that. Does it make sense to type the term in between the wheel spins? No, you just got to type it once and it stays there on the list. So what you have to do, go down, description of the video, get the Discord link, go to our Discord, join it. Go to the contest channel, talk to Slacks or admin, send them a message with the screenshot of your YouTube ID. Claim your prize. You got an hour to claim your prize, you forfeit, so let them know. I'm going to watch from the sidelines. I got some work to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave stream on. You guys can hang here. Y'all get to 1,000 likes. I'll give away some straight to funds with Tradeify. But I'll pop back in a little bit. I gotta get on my laptop real quick. What's with this chop? Yeah, I don't think we're getting any kind of selling pressure to finish out the day. I'm okay. Like I said, I made 22 last night. I did not take this long in the morning because I didn't have a good signal to trade off of. And the coin flip just to the upside. I'd recommend passing Apex as that's trailing drawdown. Right. So with firms like Apex or trailing drawdown, you have to make sure that you trade only base hits, like your first trade. You're not going for like 3-to-1 or 4-to-1 trades because it can go up and chop against you. You want to get your like 1-to-1 or barely over 1-to-1, just a little bit. A trailing drawdown, you want to get in and get out as fast as you can. I'm actually trying to fix my mic because what I actually found is that the kind of like the swivel, and we call this the mount, well, the attachment has a crack in it, and that's what happened. I think it's just years of, this thing is 10 years old, so it's time to get a new mount. Or it's like, it's the cage, it's like the microphone cage that holds the mic in place. Just finally has a crack plastic piece. Yeah, but tomorrow's changes are going to be pretty good. So if and again, if you guys don't, if a core was your thing, you want to try something else along those lines, you know, like there are a couple of options out there. We'll tell you guys tomorrow. Hold on. Still kind of end of the day selling pressure there. I don't really have any I'm not at all trying to short this. I think I'm just gonna call it. I'll leave the stream on though in case something happens. Y'all can all stay here. I'm not gonna probably trade anymore though. I'm okay with what I made today. Bum, 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 bum. Just checking back in. Market's going nowhere. I'm back, you guys. Just chilling, watching the market go nowhere, do nothing. Really say or do. It's kind of boring. Y'all falling asleep yet? Sit here watching this market do nothing. I love hanging out with you guys till the end of the day, though. Just y'all we can have something to chat about in case something happens. Looks like nothing's happening though. We'll get there tomorrow with the 100. Play Stream Elements Blues. Aw, dude, I have to... Hold on. I have to go find it real quick. Oh, I can't even find it. No, I think that like after this initial move, there's really nothing you can take off this. I know it's like ever since the morning, other than that one DD band scalp, that's all I did. Didn't get nothing else out of that. I didn't risk any of my prop accounts, nothing. Let's talk to Sam's Club Cafe menu. That sounds more exciting than this last bit of trading. Yep. So Darb is going to stream at night. We're getting ready to get started with getting everything set up. The goal is within the next couple of weeks to get going. At least at minimum with like setting up. I still have the daytime person I got to get a hold of and get that going too. 14 minutes left. We closing higher or what? I don't know, I'm kind of bored. Am I gonna short tonight? Man, I don't feel it. Like, I don't feel like that sell-off trade is there anymore. I mean, it all depends on how we're gonna lead up in the Fed though, right? Might be a continuation long from this. VIX is just absolutely crushed, like, you know, that momentum there. I don't think I'm gonna short this. I don't know. It feels very genuine, like the fact that we consolidate at the top with no sell-off. Kind of reminds you of this, like a day like this. You just pushed up, like this one. Hold on. See if you can find a good example of what I'm talking about. Right in here, like essentially where you just pushed up and consolidated at the top and the close. Like a small dip to rally one more time. I think that like continuation from this kind of move is kind of in order. like whatever lows we get, I think it's another up. But again, if we're above MHP, that's what I'm going to do. It's just long at MHP. Yup. All right, you guys. I'm kind of going to go like take off from here. I don't know. What do y'all think? I don't even want to trade MOC. I don't even want to stare at it. We'll just call it. Have a fantastic day. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, bright and early. The night session, we're also going to work out the details of that. It would basically be Asia session, whatever the streamer schedule is going to be like. It's going closer to probably like slide after futures market open until like a couple hours in. All right, y'all. We'll see you later. Have a good one.